Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 2, night 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Bo Wulf, Zach Berman here for the PHLY Draft Day Show, presented by our good friends, Zach at ButcherBox. You know all about ButcherBox. ButcherBox is hooking you up with free meat. What could possibly be better than free meat with the promo code butcherbox.com/PHLY. Zach, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for night 2. It's been a busy day. There are those in the chat who are saying I'm a fast driver. That's not the case. I left NovaCare complex. I was there waiting for Quinyon Mitchell. It got to my cutoff time. I wanted to get here for the start of the show. I know we have a loyal audience here. I came in. I was so pumped to see our team. Everyone did a great job last night. Was speaking to you, and I was totally oblivious to this decoration you put up.
What is that?
I appreciate the sentiment. I don't quite understand why we're making such a big deal about
celebrating
it.
Our man.
I should know that this is Bo being Bo.
You get gifted a moment. You take advantage of the moment.
No. Like I said, be like Barry Sanders, hand the ball back to the ref, act like you've been there before, and have a great show on night 2, which all of us will have.
Well, the audio listeners will have to tune in to the YouTube feed.
Are we able to take it down now? Or?
Absolutely not. Definitely not. By the way, I skipped over it before. It's not just free meat. There's also $20 off your first box on butcherbox.com/PHLY, which you can take advantage of today. Now, Zach,
yes.
So much to talk about here. The Eagles have 2 picks, 50 and 53 in the second round. We haven't spoken to you since you spoke to Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni last night. I know you were watching the Quinyon Mitchell press conference and the reaction from him last night. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot expected. Let's start with your expectations for tonight first.
Yeah, so really the Eagles, this sounds obvious. They're in the driver's seat. They can be aggressive if they would like at 50 and 53. Now, we were going to do bold predictions tonight. I was working on them. I got 3 of them. I couldn't really get 5, so I didn't send them over. But my first bold prediction was that the Eagles don't draft at 50 or 53. Okay? I think that they'll try to be aggressive trading up, and I could see them doing a trade up, trade down situation, right? Combining those two, falling back to the third round, trying to get up into the top 10 of the second round. Right, I imagine there are a few guys there who they still might have first-round grades on or near first-round grades on. And
who do you think that would be for?
Well, if you're looking at it, the 3 guys. So I had a piece up of 17 players to keep your eye on. But as far as like the first-round grades, Cooper DeJean is a player I would watch. Now you might say the Eagles took a corner last night. There's no need for Cooper DeJean. 2 counter arguments there. First off, if one of the appeals of Cooper DeJean is the versatility, the fact that he can play corner, slot, safety, he's going to have he can help on special teams. He's going to have a role on your team. The second thing, and you, me, and Les Bowen were texting today, and I brought this up, and Les said it's like 2002, and that's true. In that 2002, they took Lito Shepherd, then they took Sheldon Brown in the second round. They took Michael Lewis in the second round, and I know for a fact the organization is very proud of that draft. So the Eagles have gone with kind of free agency and trades and trying to put the secondary together over the past decade plus here. If you have foundational pieces, a first-round pick, a high second-round pick, and you can kind of work that in, and figure out how they all mesh, that could be a good outcome. Now, I think DeJean's going to be off the board fairly quickly. Then I think A.D. Mitchell is a clear,
interesting,
there's a clear drop-off, or there is a drop-off after him at wide receiver. I think he's a first-round caliber wide receiver.
Do you worry about the signal of him getting passed over for Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Legette?
That's a good question. It sounds like San Francisco loved Pearsall, right? So sometimes teams just fall in love with a player. Legette physically is he's a 225-pound receiver. You don't see that very often. It's almost like the A.J. Brown comp you hear. But no, that's a fair point. Maybe I doubt A.D. Mitchell's a trade up for them because there's other wide receivers on the board. the other player, and you've been ahead of me in talking about defensive tackle, but Johnny Newton, I think is the clear, like there's a clear drop off after him. After him, you get into that kind of Chris Jenkins rookie Ahoro territory, and
Mike Hall Jr.
Mike
Hall Jr.
Exactly, Mike Hall Jr. But Johnny Newton could be a first round caliber player for them. So the reason for trading up would be if there's a player who you either have a first round grade on or there's a drop off in the tier. And then the other thing I'll just mention quickly, I saw this from Daniel Jeremiah, who said in this draft there were about 50 players or thereabouts that there was kind of like a consensus these were the guys. And then after that, you might see players taken in the late second round who other teams have sixth round grades on. So it could be a situation where the Eagles feel like the board drops off and they want to jump and get that before that drop off.
I think beyond the first round, when there are really tiered grades of players, I think the opportunity to move up for Howie Roseman and for smart general managers is when value meets need.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go up and get a guy. So trading up for another guy in the secondary or or a wide receiver, which is not the most pressing need,
Sure,
would be a little bit unlikely to me. You didn't mention offensive line. If there is a guy who they would have had on the back end of their first round grades, whether that's a Kingsley Suamataia or Patrick Paul or somebody like that, that's one where if they want to get the guy before there is a drop off at a position of need, you could sort of see that too.
Remind me here, when you did interior offensive line work, did you think Jackson Powers Johnson could play guard?
Yeah, I mean, he's big enough to play guard, no doubt. The knock on Jackson Powers Johnson is just not that much starting experience for a guy of his size and athleticism. It's a little bit curious.
Yeah, he really had that 1 year, was the Remington Trophy Award winner in that season, but does not have that type of experience. He has played guard in the past. I actually think he has half as many snaps at guard as he has at center, but it's not a significant amount at either position. I just can see. I think the Eagles are going to try to get into the third round at some point, right? So if that's trading back, if that's using the 53rd pick to, let's say they draft at 50, and my prediction's wrong, but instead of going 50 and 53, they trade back in the third round. They add another pick. They add a future pick. There's different possibilities they can do. Just as a reminder to the listeners, to the viewers, the Eagles don't have a fourth round pick next season. They traded that in the DeAndre Swift deal. So if the Eagles kind of wanted to recuperate some draft inventory, trading back is an easy way to do it.
Yeah, and just to generally set it right now, the Eagles are set with 2 second-round picks, a 4th, 3 5ths, and a 6th. So that's their general what they have for the weekend. The other one position to think about significantly, I think, Zach, is linebacker.
Yep.
And, if we went through the Eagles' depth chart, there's no doubt that linebacker is the weakest right now, right? Quarterback.
In terms of the overall depth.
Yeah, I mean, quarterback is set. Running back, you could use a third guy because right now you've just got Kenny Gainwell behind Saquon Barkley. At wide receiver, you've got some options beyond the top 2 and Paris Campbell. I know you hate Devontae Parker. You want to
I'm not saying
throw
that.
Rotten bananas at him or something like that. Britton Covey, they need somebody there. They're going to add somebody there, at least one over the course of the weekend. Tight end, you could use obviously somebody beyond Calcaterra and CJ Uzama and Albert O. They certainly need offensive line depth, probably somebody to compete with Tyler Steen at right guard. Hennessy's involved there, but you need something there. On the edge, you could certainly use something.
It's not a great edge.
It's not a great edge class, and I think that's one where, if they're gonna force a pick, second round could be the spot where there's nobody else we even like at all. This could be an area for them to go to. But at linebacker, I mean, Nakobe Dean and Devin White is what they have.
And Oren Burks.
And they've got Oren Burks.
Yep.
Nakobe Dean has been okay when healthy. He hasn't proven that he can stay healthy. Devin White is signed to a 1-year deal and is a flawed player. If they love Junior Colson, if they love Edgerrin Cooper, if they love Trevin Walker, I think the second round would make a lot of sense.
Trevin Wiles, yeah.
Trevin Wiles.
And the other player to put in there is Peyton Wilson, who's older and is injury prone. But from a film perspective, we heard Baldy when he was on our set, thought he was one of the top players just based on what he saw on film. So yeah, that's a good point there. Are you sour on my Cooper DeJean idea? Do you think that's
I'm
a
not
luxury?
sour on it, but I mean, for them to trade up, which would mean, probably giving up like a second and a fourth or a second and a future something. I don't love that.
What if it's giving up
like?
What if it's giving up both twos, moving up in the second, and getting a late third back if a team has 2/3, or even an early fourth back?
I mean, you don't make these moves for the short term. You make them for the long term. And so if you love Cooper DeJean, I guess I could be talked into it. But in the short term, where's he playing?
Slot day one, like him, Sidney Brown, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Reed Blankenship can they all, except for Reed, kind of give you versatility in that secondary. We don't know how much longer Darius Slay is going to be here, so you have a needed outside corner opposite, opposite Mitchell beyond this season. So yeah, I think would actually be a very plausible pick to make. I wouldn't make a pick just for how the guy fits in this year, but I would imagine, given DeJean's versatility, that you can find a role for him. Now, perhaps Buffalo takes him. Buffalo does have a need in the secondary.
Well, Buffalo is actually taking Keon Coleman, the big wide receiver from Florida State, to kick off things in round 2. They have their new version in Buffalo of Kelvin Benjamin.
There you go. Scouting the helmet, scouting the size. But
yes.
Keon Coleman, look,
I like Keon Coleman.
Yeah, we had the foremost wide receivers expert in college football, who's Coach Flynn. Shout out to Coach Flynn, who said for the early portion of the year, Keon Coleman was the best receiver in college football during those first few weeks.
Now, this is one that I did get wrong, Zach. In my final mock draft, I had the Eagles taking Keon Coleman.
Okay. So you missed that.
I got round 1 right, but I did not get the first pick of round 2 correct.
You got round 1 right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that value-wise...
By the way, it is so weird for me to look at the screen and seeing that behind. Like, I would love to take that down.
Well, the way that the sausage is made here that people need to know is that, you didn't get here until about 10 minutes before showtime because you were waiting for Quinyon Mitchell at the NovaCare complex. And you walked in here, and it took you like 5 minutes to notice that thing was on the wall. It was wild. We're having a nice conversation, and everybody in the back is like biting their lips. Like, when is Zach going to notice this huge thing that's just right in front of him?
Yeah, I mean, it's people have told me in the past that your commitments to bits never ends, and I suppose this is evidence of it. I figured we would see it. Everyone will get a good chuckle. We will take it down. But is there any way we can take that down at some point? Like, the show is not
I feel like next week is okay.
No. I mean, like, the next 10 minutes. Like,
Julia is the executive producer here. I think she gets to make the final call. And
Julia, come on.
She's shaking her head.
We've known each other for 20 years, Julia.
It's making the chat. How about we let the chat weigh in? You're all about doing what the people want. If the people want the banner to stay up, let us know. And if you don't want the banner to stay up, don't type anything.
I can make a poll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you even get a sign like that?
Staples. I guess I shouldn't give a free advertisement, but
a big box store,
same day delivery. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good stuff.
The show ended at like 1 a.m. last night.
I didn't put in this submission till like 1:30 p.m.
Jeez. They're fast there.
Yeah, they did a very good job.
Yeah.
No free advertisement, but
By the way, shout out to Les Bowen, our contributor here at PHLY Sports. He has a column last night. Les texted me last night. I had not left NovaCare yet at that point. It was past midnight. At 1:54 a.m., I texted him that column. And yeah, I appreciate Les doing that. You can check that out on all PHLY.
I think, given the way that the board lays out, Zach, I think it might, I kind of would want the Eagles to just stay at 50-53. I think they're going to get really good value there.
So the Patriots are trading up here. They're trading up with the Chargers. The Patriots, I'm sorry, the Chargers are trading up. The Chargers are getting pick 34 and 137. The Patriots are getting 37 and 110. So to move down 3 spots, they get a 27 spot.
So the
jump.
Chargers maybe coming up for a wide receiver since they got their tackle yesterday?
Yeah, perhaps. Now, this is going to be interesting. If you recall with Chip Kelly, there used to be the old Oregon bias. Now, Oregon wasn't the national champion.
Roman Wilson.
But is because I keep seeing like Blake Corum at some points, like the ideal running back. Does he go Roman Wilson here? or does he go with your AD Mitchell or
Troy
someone of that
Franklin.
nature? Troy Franklin, Lad McConkey, perhaps. There's a handful of players in the mix, but now is it Jesus Zoidberg or is it Jesus Zoidberg?
I'm going to let you decide.
Well, Jay-Z tells us Lad McConkey. So does Gene D'Angelo. So does Corey Katz. So I imagine it is Lad McConkey here.
All right. Well, there you go. All right, Zach.
Oh, look at my Reed. Thank you, buddy. I love you too, man.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Reed. He must have been very happy once you saw him this morning about the Sixers game last night.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And I told him the Eagles took Quinyon Mitchell, and he just wanted to make sure Darius Slay's still on the team.
Okay.
And I assured him Darius Slay's still on the team. So he was happy about that.
And also, I mean, his work to play out the game on NBA 2K got it done.
It worked out well. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's now backtrack a little bit in case the Eagles are going to move up anytime soon here. And by the way, in 10 minutes, we're going to hear from Fran Duffy, who's going to join us to talk a little bit about Quinyon Mitchell and some of the options here in round 2. So before we do that, Zach, let's talk about Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni last night and play a little bit of sleuthing on how the night went for the Eagles last night. I found Howie uncharacteristically subdued. Do you think that's a fair? Is he normally on day one a little bit more energetic?
Yes, he is normally a little more bubbly. Knowing Howie, I imagine it was probably intentional. He probably I don't know if it was watching film or something like that, but perhaps this was kind of the approach that they wanted to take this year and not overstate it. But my read on it, my overall big takeaway was they were proud that they didn't jump, that they let the board come to them, which is uncharacteristic of Howie.
I think that's good process.
Yeah, I agree. And that they were kind of looking at it, and I think they saw a collection of players, and they were able to do the math, right? X picks to go, X players on the board, you're going to get one of them. And you've talked about this, and Sheil Kapadia has talked about this, that sometimes for as much as we say have conviction in a player, you don't want to overstate, you don't want to be overly convicted that you're so honed in on a single player that you kind of lose your process or you do things that perhaps are irresponsible. And so for them, I used this expression last year with Jalen Carter. I feel guilty using it again, but I've ended up using it. Last year, I said, if you told me at the start of this draft process that they would get Jalen Carter, I would have said, what pick, what future pick would they have to give up? Well, if you had told me at the beginning of that night that they would get Quinyon Mitchell, I would have said, did they have to give up their second round pick to do it? And so the fact that they were able to do it at 22, I thought was really good. The question that I asked Howie, and he really didn't give a firm answer on this, was I'd listened back to the show, what you brought up in the moment, and I think it's a pertinent question, is what set Mitchell over Arnold? Because I don't want to say it's Justin Jefferson, Jalen Reagor. In that case, there was a consensus, Jefferson was better. Right. The Eagles were going against consensus. There was not a consensus here. But they are going to be linked. And they are in the same conference, with rivals here. Arnold went 2 picks later.
And it's kind of fun that they had to declare
exactly
who they actually think is better.
Yes.
They had the pick and they made their choice.
Yeah, it's kind of much easier sometimes when there's 2 guys, one's taken, and you're like, all right, well this
if
is
at 21 one of them had gone off the board and they took the other at 22, it would have been very neat. And it would have been we stayed and got one of the top guys.
Exactly.
They had to declare who they think is better.
So they were forced to pick. And Howie said, both good players. This is what makes it hard. There's no insurance on this. They just had to kind of go with the person and the player that they felt comfortable with. One other thing Howie said that really jumped out to me, and I give you credit again on this. You've identified the trend of the Eagles not going after smaller school players, or Howie acknowledged they've had success with big school players, and for them to take someone from the MAC, it has to mean that they really think he's special. He's acknowledging that's a red flag almost in the scouting report.
And I don't think that it is necessarily as cut and dried as this, but if you just look at their profiles, a coach's type versus a scout's type.
Yep.
Like, given Sirianni's connection to that Toledo staff, given that Quinyon Mitchell is a little bit more pro ready, I guess, like a little bit ready to step in. There's a larger bank of snaps. Yep. He went to the Senior Bowl and did all that stuff, whereas Terrion Arnold is a little bit younger. He only had 1 full year of playing experience. It's a little bit more of a projection. It sort of sets up that way. And listen, it's part of, the buck stops with Howie Roseman. He is responsible for every pick, but in the building, he has a lot of different constituents. And so, like, if Vic Fangio is in his ear saying, I really prefer this guy, again, this is all pure speculation. Or, if Sirianni's like, my guys tell me this is the best kid they've ever had and all this stuff. Like, it's for him to then look them in the face and say, I'd rather have this guy, sort of could create an awkward situation.
Fair point. And Vic Fangio has more clout than other defensive coordinators have had, or at least Sean Desai has had, right? And Jim Schwartz used to have heavy clout. Perhaps that's the way it is with Vic Fangio. As far as the MAC part of this, and by the way, the pick is in. Atlanta traded up to Arizona's spot. Arizona moved down, I think, to 43.
The Falcons are taking Clemson defensive tackle, your boy, Rook Oro.
Okay, there you go. This is kind of known from stories, but
interesting over Johnny Newton. Maybe there is a medical issue with Johnny Newton.
Yeah, he did not have a pre-draft process because of an injury. Eagles fans though might not know this. Quinyon Mitchell was he was recruited early by Toledo. Some bigger schools were interested. His grades were so he decommitted. His grades were bad. I shouldn't say he had trouble with grades. Some schools came off him. Toledo stayed on him. He went to Toledo. He was loyal to Toledo. He was really productive at Toledo. Last year, the portal, we're in the portal era of college football. Teams were extraordinarily interested. Nick Saban, I believe, went on record yesterday saying that.
I know it was funny. We were poking fun at the Saban as a measure of talent yesterday about Drake May, but this one's a real one.
Yeah, Saban said he was their top guy. Like, they were waiting for him to go in the portal, and there would have been money waiting for Quinyon Mitchell, right? He was their top guy, and Quinyon Mitchell did not go in the portal, and he said he wanted to be loyal to the people who are loyal to him. That kind of that's something that the Eagles pointed out, that he had the chance to transfer. He went back to Toledo. He played real well at Toledo, and something that the Eagles saw, because Howie Roseman acknowledged he played a lot. He played mostly off coverage, and in the Senior Bowl, you were there with in the stands watching this. That they saw him in man coverage, and they saw him in press coverage, and that showed them that he can handle it. Now, you don't want to overweight what you see at the Senior Bowl, but it is because last year, by the way, Tyler Steen plays guard at the Senior Bowl. That was their first exposure to it,
right?
And then he wasn't ready for that. But that seemed to be the one knock on Mitchell, was you don't really see him in press coverage relative to Terrion Arnold.
All right. Well, if you want to talk about Quinyon Mitchell and somebody who knows a little something about corners, has a very good track record on cornerbacks, and maybe had a chance to share the hallways with Quinyon Mitchell today, that would be our dear friend Fran Duffy, who joins us right now. Fran, how you doing?
Bo, Zach, I'm doing great. It's my favorite weekend of the year. You guys know that. So we are in the thick of things. Round 2 is underway. I'm excited.
Orange Tide. Does that preface a Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Wright pick for the Eagles in the second round here?
Well, I figured with us celebrating Zach, I had to go with the Syracuse love. So that's why I went with the orange there.
That's beautiful. That's perfect. Fran, I know that you love Quinyon Mitchell. Tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player that I first watched back last summer. And one of the things that I loved most about Quinyon Mitchell right off the bat is you saw the height, weight, speed element. And to me, when I'm watching corners, one of the first things you're looking at and trying to determine, what level of corner is this, is, okay, can he play man from press coverage? Can he play man from off coverage? Can he play zone from press coverage? Can he play zone from off coverage? Can he basically do everything that's required to be a top flight outside zone corner. So you do all that from a schematic standpoint, and then you say, okay, is he athletic enough to be able to hang in man? Is he competitive enough to hang in man? And can he find and play the football? And after watching Quinyon Mitchell for like 2 games, I said, yeah, like this guy checks all of the boxes. Now, the big question you had was, can he play up consistently in press man coverage? He was not asked to do that much at all at Toledo. It was under 6% of his snaps, I believe, was the final number over the course of his career, was up in press coverage. And so you go down to the Senior Bowl, and one of the first things I wanted to see, all right, Quinyon Mitchell's down here. Let's see him in press man. And he played almost entirely press coverage. All the one-on-one reps were in press coverage, and he passed that test with flying colors. Now, what's important about it is, again, because Zach just mentioned, you don't want to overweight that small sample size, right? So you're banking on the traits that he showed in college, and then you say, okay, let's transition that over. It's not about what a guy can or can't do. It's what was he asked to do or asked not to do, right? So I think when you saw everything, the whole body of work with Quinyon Mitchell in college at Toledo, and then you transition to the Senior Bowl, then you go to the combine. He runs 4.3 at 6 foot tall. To me, he just checked all the boxes along the way. He was a top 15 player for me coming into the season, and we came out of the season. He was a top 15 player for me. So very, very exciting addition, certainly to this Eagles defense.
When you talk about the ball skills for Quinyon Mitchell, 25 pass deflections 2 years ago, 19 a year ago. It does seem kind of wild considering. Like, he's the best player on the field in the MAC. You would imagine that teams are not throwing at him very often, and yet when they do, he's still getting his hands on the ball. Where do his ball skills rank in the pantheon of guys that you have studied?
I mean, it's certainly up there. I'm not going to say that it's the best I've ever seen, but it's certainly up there. I mean, it definitely meets the threshold of like, oh, this guy knows how to be able to finish on the football. And what I love most about it too is that there are lots of different ways to be able to make plays on the football, and most of what he did was, think Asante Samuel sitting in, from depth, jumping routes and exploding on the football. He really trusts his speed to be able to close on the catch point and make plays on the football. That's where he did most of his work. But that said, I mean, there were examples where he had to turn and run and carry a vertical route and find the football downfield. And that's where, those are the plays that really make you kind of like sit up in your chair and say, okay, like you're cooking with gas here, because there aren't a lot of corners that have that ability at that size to be able to turn, run, and find the football down the field. And so that's what really got me excited about Quinyon, is that, again, he can play the football in a number of different ways from a number of different techniques.
I hope I'm not beating the dead horse of Quinyon Mitchell against Terrion Arnold, but I bring this up because the Eagles clearly had a choice there. So from your perspective, what is the difference between the two? What kind of, I don't want to say what sets Mitchell apart from Arnold, but why would a team have a preference with Mitchell relative to Arnold?
To me, the one big difference that, and without like looking at my notes on both guys to do a full comparison, I would say the big thing that stands out to me were Quinyon Mitchell's instincts over the course of the route. And so, one thing I love to be able to watch with corners, and again, this can be a little bit tricky because these routes are tough to find, is when they are in single coverage, one-on-one, whether it's man or cover 3 or quarters, whether they're outside the numbers, they're one-on-one, and they have to face an intermediate route. So we'll say a route that breaks at a depth of between 8 and 15 yards. So you're talking your dig routes, your comebacks, your deep curls, right? So those kind of routes, do they have the ability to match that kind of a route, stay in the receiver's hip pocket at that depth? It's not just, hey, it's a quick slant and he saw it quickly and jumped it. But it's that ability when you see that dig route to be able to, as soon as the receiver is putting his foot in the ground, to break inside, immediately like stick that back foot in the ground and trigger on the throw. To me, Quinyon Mitchell had that ability to stay in the hip pocket of the receiver consistently. And that was something with Arnold. And again, because he was kind of new to the position, he was a safety in high school and was still kind of making that transition to corner. He would let up a little bit more separation than you would like, despite the fact that he was a pretty good athlete, would give up more of that separation. So I would say that would probably be the biggest separating factor for me between those two guys. I think also Quinyon was just a little bit better at finding the football down the field. Now, I know that the production was really there for Arnold this year, and obviously that was a big reason why he ended up going in the first round, and I do think he's a good player, but I think that Quinyon was just a little bit more natural and a little bit more expansive in terms of how he was able to find the football and finish on it.
Just for the record, the Commanders at 36 taking Johnny Newton, who we just talked about, the penetrating defensive tackle from Illinois, matching your orange tie, Fran.
And then the Patriots after that taking your boy, Ja'Lynn Polk.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Interesting. My guy going early. Wow, good for them.
A bunch of receivers going off the board early because I know it started off. We had Keon Coleman go to Buffalo, and then Ladd McConkey go to the Chargers. So the receivers going off early.
Yeah, everybody turning their heads away from AD Mitchell.
Seriously,
and Troy Franklin. Let's talk about how things set up here in the second round, Fran. Let's start at offensive line. The perception that there was this like really great top of the class, especially on the outside at tackle, and there's a bit of a drop off after that. Who are some of the guys that you do like on day two? I guess at tackle to start with.
Sure. I think that, there's a handful of guys that I think are going to be really interesting, and my guess is are going to come off the board within the next, 15 picks or so. And I think that when you're looking at Roger Rosengarten from Washington, you can go into Patrick Paul from Houston, Kingsley Suamataia from BYU. I think there are a handful of players. Brandon Coleman from TCU, Kiran Amagaji from Yale. I don't know if he'll be round 2, but maybe we get into round 3. There are a bunch of really talented players still available at that position. I would say that it's kind of like what we talked about this when I came into the studio a couple weeks ago, was that the talent, the influx of talent is right there in the top 20. When you get to this point, it's all the same guys that you typically would see. These are all day 2 talents here. So some of them they're going to have holes in their game, but a lot of reasons to be excited. But those are probably the names that first come to mind when I think of some of the tackles still available.
We saw last night the Eagles had their choice of any cornerback. They could very well have their choice of any linebacker tonight. Do you view these linebackers as second-round caliber players, any of these guys?
I think that you certainly can make the case for Junior Colson from Michigan, just a really well-rounded player. And he doesn't have any huge holes in his game. The ball production and coverage wasn't great, but that's kind of down on the pecking order in terms of what you're really looking for at that position. I think this is a player that sees things really well. He's got NFL size. He's strong, can take on blocks and play through contact. His ability to defeat those blocks one-on-one was impressive for a guy that really hasn't been playing football all that long, but he's a fun player to be able to study. I think probably one of the more well-rounded linebackers in this group. You get into Peyton Wilson from NC State. To me, maybe the most gifted of these linebackers, but obviously the big thing with him is going to be that injury history and how much he gets dinged for that. The history of the shoulders, I think he had a knee going back to high school as well. So, I think when you look at those two players, Edgerrin Cooper is a player that – yeah, right. Edgerrin Cooper as well from Texas A&M has also been a player that has gotten a lot of buzz. Really, really athletic and explosive and rangy. Doesn't play through contact as well as those other two guys that I mentioned, but he's a guy that's played a ton of special teams, and he's got that sideline-to-sideline range that a lot of people are looking for.
I want to ask you about the defensive line, because we know that the Eagles obviously value the defensive line, and if you're looking for somebody who can really contribute, the second round is a good place to find them. I'm looking at who's available on the edge and who's available at tackle, with a couple guys just having gone. Mike Hall Jr. from Ohio State, Chris Jenkins from Michigan, and then on the outside, my guy Jonah Elliss, and you got Marshawn Nealand, and it seems like that's there's sort of a drop off after that. Maybe Adisa Isaac if you're a big Nittany Lion guy, but anybody there that sort of pops to you?
Yeah, to me, Jonah Elliss is a player that I really enjoyed studying on film. He's extremely active. He's not quite as skilled as Leatu Latu, who went in the top 15 to Indianapolis last night. But
he's got time.
It cut from a similar cloth. I think when you're looking at like the skill set, the motor is outstanding with Jonah Elliss. So he's a player that I enjoyed studying on film. Christian Braswell is another player that, he was getting some first round love coming into the season. A former big time recruit. He was a 5-star kid, a 4-star kid coming into Alabama. Just never really kind of like took that next step. Still, he finished his career with 2 starts to his name. So, this is a guy that I think you're hoping the arrow is pointing up, that he'd be a more productive pro player than he was a collegian, but the tools are absolutely there. Bo, we got to see him down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Eric Watts is another guy that I think when you get into like the 3rd round range, I think he's going to start getting some love. The kid from UConn, he's a kind of a DN, D-tackle hybrid, similar in ways to Darius Robinson, who went in the 1st round last night to Arizona. So if you're trying to find comparisons there,
that's
I know
kind of
Jalyx
a prototype that I would imagine sort of appeals to the Eagles right now, because if you're looking for, like, I love Jonah Elliss, but if you're talking about him or like an Austin Booker type, it's a little bit duplicative with Nolan Smith. Whereas if you get that guy who can be a little bit more like a Milton Williams, you're sort of filling two spots.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think everybody has to remember, is that when you get to really the entire draft, but certainly when you get into day 2 and you get into the middle rounds, it really is all about what you're looking for specifically at all of these different skill sets. And so, yes, you might have similar grades on Jalyx Hunt, who's, what is he, 6'5", 240, versus an Eric Watts, who's in the 270 range. Well, they are completely different players, even though they might be listed as, as an edge, in all of our rankings with our favorite website. I think when you're looking at these guys as football players, they are very different in terms of what they bring to the table. And so with all of these positions, it's really going to come down to, what exactly you need for your team and for your scheme.
Just to update you quickly, Fran, the defensive tackle run continues. The Titans taking Tavondre Sweat, the big fella from Texas.
Wow. Well, there you go. So he was, obviously, look, the unfortunate, the arrest a couple weeks ago kind of made people think he might go a little bit further. So he ends up in Tennessee. A little bit of a surprise there.
Your previous answer was a natural transition to a question I wanted to ask you. Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network said earlier today, most of the league agrees on the 40 to 50 top players in this class. After that, it becomes a flavor draft. From your perspective, where or what range is that drop off where it goes from, all right, these are like the clear top guys, to this is more of the eye of the beholder?
So I'm a tough person to ask that question to, Zach, only because I view that basically with like every part of the draft. Because to me, like I look at all these players and I say, okay, obviously I'm looking at it team and scheme agnostic, right? I'm always going to have an eye towards the Eagles, obviously, but the way I'm evaluating these guys is just projecting them forward to the NFL. And to me, there are only a couple guys at each position on a typical year average that are like scheme and position, like agnostic. Hey, you know what? Like this guy can fit anybody, no matter what. He'll go in and be awesome. But that's why we start having conversations. Oh, well, JC Latham, he might go a little bit earlier than you think. Those kind of conversations happen because, to me, I look at it and I say, yeah, like Joe Alt is a great fit for this team, but Fuanga would be a better fit for that team, right? And you start getting into those kind of conversations. I think there are so very few players that are truly, that kind of scheme versatile. And so I do think that certainly there's going to be a drop off, at every tier of the draft. But I think right now is like where we're looking at it and say, okay, like this comes down to what a team wants and needs, and then also the profile too. And that's why, I was having a conversation with some people in the space about the receivers that are going to come off the board here early in the round. And we were talking about the Buffalo Bills. And you say, all right, well, what are some of the guys that kind of fit them? And you could point to all of these players. You lose Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, you kind of like clean the slate and say, okay, they can go any type of way here. But when I look at Buffalo's draft history under Brandon Beane and since Sean McDermott has been there, you say, all right, well, you look at the players that they've selected in the first round, second round, third round. They've taken a lot of players that were more known for their play speed and not necessarily for the way they were athletic testers. And those guys typically fell to them, quote unquote. And it's like, okay, that's because they valued them a little bit more than everybody else. And so I was like, I don't know. I kind of feel like they might go Keon Coleman here, and lo and behold, it ended up being Keon Coleman to Buffalo, flex. And that's kind of how I view it, though. It's like when you get into these tiers, it's those little tiny differentiators, those little tiny tiebreakers that can say, oh, this guy's the pick versus he is not. You can only pick one of these guys, and so to me, those tiers and those drop offs, they happen throughout the course of the entire draft, and it starts in the middle of round one every single year.
We didn't get a chance to ask you about the interior offensive linemen, Fran. Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, a bunch of guys who the Eagles did bring in for visits. If you're looking for someone who can, compete at right guard right away, who pops there for you?
I would say because Zach Frazier has been a starter at center only at West Virginia, if memory serves, and yeah. I think when you look at Powers Johnson, he had a little bit more flexibility in terms of how he was used at Oregon. He was a guard until this past season when he started at center. So I think that you look at JPJ, at Jackson Powers Johnson, you say, all right, he probably has a little bit more guard flexibility there. Christian Haynes from UConn, a guard that I've been always high on going back to the fall when I first studied him. Really, really athletic and has some outstanding blocks on the move. One of my favorite players to watch in space in this draft. And so those would be a couple guys that come up to the top of my mind when I talk about guards.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, you got nothing else to ask?
No,
Fran?
no. I have a lot. I thought we were at our time.
I think Fran said he could stay for a little bit longer. How
I
much
can
time you got,
I can hang
Fran?
out with you guys for a little bit.
Okay. What? Tell us first of all what people can watch from you on PhiladelphiaEagles.com. What do we got?
Yeah, so I would say like right now I'm doing articles every night in terms of covering each pick. So we had last night I was able to catch up with Charles Walls, the Eagles director of player personnel, caught up with him for a little bit, and just got some of his notes on Quinyon Mitchell and put some of my notes in there, some stats that stood out to me about Quinyon, and I'll kind of follow that template here over the next couple of days in terms of every single draft pick, catch up with somebody up in the draft room, and then come back and write off of that. So I'm going to do that here for the next couple of days, and then have a long film breakdown of the entire rookie class, hopefully to drop on the Eagles YouTube page in the middle of next week.
So the viewers can obviously check out that article, but can you kind of give a sense of how Charles Walls felt after that pick and what stood out to him about Quinyon Mitchell?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is, again, the kind of the total picture, right? And the entire body of work. That was something that Charles had mentioned was just, this is a player that every step along the way, you felt good about it. You loved what you saw from him at Toledo. And this is a guy that didn't back down from a challenge when they went up against Ohio State and Illinois and, but dominated the level of competition that he was at. And that's the thing is, I was talking with somebody in the office actually just a little bit ago. I was like, how small, because they're not like a big college football fan. Toledo, do they put NFL players in? I'm like, well, I mean, the MAC has put some good players into the NFL in recent years. I mean, Khalil Mack was the 3rd overall pick. Eric Fisher was the number 1 pick. Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, Randy Moss came out of the MAC. I mean, there's some great players that come from that conference. So, I think when you look at Quinyon Mitchell, going back to what Charles was saying, the Senior Bowl was great to be able to just go down and say, seeing him against the level of competition and seeing him go up against those guys and dominate the way he did. I mean, Bo, you and I watched it. He was the best player on the field when he was out there. And so seeing him dominate in that way, does that made you feel better about the projection moving forward to the NFL?
I have the very specific memory I talked about last night of that, the interception he made. I think it was in team drills. And then he sort of takes it all the way 100 yards back to the house, and just the speed that he showed and the competitive zeal, as Zach might say. It sort of was on display last night in the phone call with Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, and then even talking today. This is a guy who sort of comes across as meaning serious business.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those. This is a business to him, and he takes it very, very seriously. And you can see that just by the way that, honestly, you can see a lot of that through film. It may seem silly, but a lot of times you can see the guys that really take their stuff seriously when it comes to the way that they play, whether it's the high motor plays necessarily, or necessarily also the way they see things. And I think when you watch Quinyon, the way that he breaks on throws. There was a play that I'm hoping to be able to break down for that segment that I referenced. They were playing Bowling Green this past season, and it was a 1-point game, less than a minute left. It was 4th and 14, around middle of the field, and they called what we call a dagger concept, where you have a bunch of vertical routes inside, and you're running a deep in cut in the middle of the field. They're hoping to get the first down. It's 4th and 14. Quinyon read it the entire way, jumped the route, got the pass break up. He tried to make a really acrobatic catch behind behind his body, and ended up falling incomplete. But ball's on the ground, game over. The team goes nuts, and again, that's kind of what you want your guys to be able to step up and make big plays when their number's called in a crunch time moment. To see Quinyon come through with that was a play that kind of stands out in terms of his ability to understand. Hey, this is what the offense is likely to call in this situation. They know what coverage we're in. What are they likely to call here? Once I see this route break, I know this is what the play is. And so often he was basically beating receivers to the catch point. There was an interception he had in 2022 against Eastern Michigan on a quick hitch route where he read it so fast, where he was essentially standing there at the catch point. The ball hit him in the chest because he beat the ball there so quickly. And that's where that 4.3 speed shows up as well.
Well, we have some news here, as Mike Garafolo has just broken. So the Rams traded up to take Braden Fiske, and now the Eagles have moved up. They are on the clock at 40. Can you stay with us, Fran, to find out who this is going to be for?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see who this is. I'm excited.
Right, so they're on the clock at 40. Now, there has been this huge run of defensive tackles. If they are trying to get involved in the defensive tackle run, Mike Hall and Chris Jenkins both still on the board. If it's a wide receiver, Troy Franklin and A.D. Mitchell are available. Roman Wilson as well. If it's the running back, Jonathan Brooks, basically pick your running back. They could do what they did at corner. They can do the same thing at linebacker. And I think that would be really interesting if they're moving up here for Junior Colson or Edgerrin Cooper or somebody else. If it's an edge, we talked about it already. Jonah Elliss is a possibility. Marshawn Nealand, all of the offensive linemen are still available. And Zach talked about it. It could be for Cooper DeJean. You think they could play together? Fran, would there be a spot for Cooper DeJean on this team?
Well, and that's the thing with Cooper DeJean is that sometimes he has been viewed differently by some people. Some viewed him as a slot corner or as a safety moving forward in the NFL. And so depending on how you view him, you might be able to say, those guys can play together at the same time. And so he's a player, Zach, kind of what we were referencing earlier. It just comes down to what you need for your particular roster and for your scheme that you're deploying.
It's going to be DeJean. I'm not reporting that's out there from Jordan Schultz, from Jonathan Jones. That the Eagles are going to go with Cooper DeJean. So we'll see what the pick is in.
Wow.
Here we go.
It is Cooper DeJean. Zach, nice job. I know you didn't break this one, but you called it at the start of the round. You said if they're going to move up, it's going to be for Cooper DeJean. To me, that requires Zach.
Stop. Please stop.
This is even more impressive. The night of Zach, the weekend of Zach continues. Wow, this is the echo.
The Eagles are taking Cooper DeJean.
The echo of Lito Shepherd, Sheldon Brown, Michael Lewis. They're going Cooper DeJean. What do you make of it, Fran?
Yeah, I mean, Cooper DeJean was one of my favorite players to watch on film, guys. He was right there, with Quinyon Mitchell for me. And what I love about Cooper DeJean is that there are a lot of ways that he can find NFL success. And I do think that he can play corner in the NFL, but I also think he can be a really successful inside player as well. And so I'm interested to hear from Howie Roseman and from the coaching staff and see how they're viewed. But I think when you look at Cooper DeJean, one of the best run defenders, certainly in terms of his ability to come downhill and play extremely competitive, really instinctive, really outstanding ball skills. And again, that's kind of a lot of the things we talked about with Quinyon. I think you mentioned here with DeJean, his ability to make plays on the football, playing in man, playing in zone. They are obviously a heavy zone defense, but the other big thing with him is that he's a big play to happen whenever the ball is in his hands. So a lot to be excited about, certainly with Cooper DeJean.
This is very, very interesting. What do you think, Zach?
So I for full disclosure, I sent a text earlier today to Bo and Les, and I say I'd be aggressive trying to get DeJean and have a second building block in the secondary. My view on this is a few things here. I said this at the top of the show. Focus on the value, not on the position. If Cooper DeJean, if part of the appeal to him is the versatility, the fact that he can play corner, slot, and safety, the fact that he can help you in the return game, then he should have value for you right away. But also, the Eagles have a long-term need at cornerback. I mentioned this organization takes great pride in the 2002 draft when they took Lito Shepherd, Sheldon Brown, and Michael Lewis, when Lito Shepherd and Sheldon Brown did not have starting spots. And then a few years later, they're in the Super Bowl, and who's starting for them? Lito Shepherd and Sheldon Brown, okay? Because you go with value, you look ahead. If Cooper DeJean is the player that I think he is, that many people evaluating the draft think he is, then to get him at the number 40 overall pick makes a lot of sense to me. It doesn't matter that you took a corner yesterday because he's a versatile player who's going to help you. And if you have good football players, that's how you win. What you're trying to find is a pathway to blue chip players. And if Cooper DeJean can be a blue chip player, then that makes all the sense to me.
And just to clean this up, the trade up is 50 and 53 plus one of their 3 fifth-round picks in exchange for 40, where they took DeJean, and a mid-third round pick, number 78. So what they have done is they have taken their 2 seconds, jumped up about 10, 11 spots, and then free-falled back from 53 to 78 and given up one of 3 fifth-round picks. And the fifth-round pick, there's a good chance they're going to be recouping that value at some point over the course of draft weekend. So it's an interesting gambit. I would imagine that this means that, DeJean was someone who had a borderline first-round grade on their board, and it sort of stood out for them.
Yeah, typically you would hear that when any general manager is going to make a trade like that at the top of the second round, it's typically because, hey, this guy held a high grade for us. And so that would be my expectation as well.
I guess the only other thing to talk about is the concern that we had over the course of the last month or so. I mean, there has not been a team in the NFL that made the Super Bowl with 2 white players in their starting secondary. So does this mean the end of the line for Reed Blankenship?
That is ridiculous. Come on, stop.
That sounds like a conversation for another day for you.
Fran, thank you so much. You've got work to do. I feel like this is a happy time for you. 2 of your favorite guys in the class.
Yeah, so it's 2 guys that I thought were top 20 players in the class. So very, very exciting, certainly. And look, this is a defense that is getting younger. It's going to be fun to see how it all shakes out.
Follow Fran on Twitter at EaglesXOs and check out all he's got coming on PhiladelphiaEagles.com. Thank you, Fran.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Looking sharp.
Thank you, Fran.
Zach, nice call.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to be in the tank for the organization here. Look at Brandon Graham, by the way. Brandon Graham announcing this in his hometown. But this is the move that I said I would make if I were Howie
Wait a second.
Roseman.
So does that mean that Brandon Graham is missing football tonight too?
Yes.
Wow.
That is true.
Do we have an
Brandon
update on your game?
We do. I got a text from my fellow coach here.
Yeah?
We lost, but we had 2 real good completions and 2 touchdowns, so a respectable end to the season.
That was the last game? Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. So Cooper DeJean, okay, 6 feet, 202 pounds, 21 years old. I think he got dinged a bit in the pre-draft process because he was battling an injury. You did not have the standardized testing for him. I said in our Combine podcast that if he was participating that week, then I think his stock would have shot up. He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list. He has great ball skills. He can play around the formation. The more I watched him during this, the more I liked him. I think that he could be your day 1 starter in the slot. I think he can help you at safety. The reason I said the Eagles should be aggressive doing this is because I thought this was a first-round caliber player that you can get in the second round. To get that at 40, it strikes me as tremendous value. I acknowledge you should not overrate your evaluation, right? The league spoke here. 39 picks went off the board. Cooper DeJean was not one of them. But sometimes when a player's dealing with an injury in the pre-draft process, and you saw this with Landon Dickerson, it was a little different. But when the team when teams don't have the full body of information, they can ding a player there. And look here, the comparison being Malcolm Jenkins. Malcolm Jenkins, an outside corner at Ohio State who moved to safety and was one of the best players in Eagles history. So I really like this pick. I really like the player. It would be hypocritical of me to rip on it, given that this is exactly what I said I would do if I were Howie Roseman.
Very interesting. What do you make of the double dip in the secondary? And sort of tell us about the idea that the Eagles are very proud of that Lito Sheldon draft.
Yeah, because, well, first off, one thing the Eagles like is to laugh last, okay? I can tell you that. I mean, and they love to point out that how critical, how much that draft was criticized at the time. You have Bobby Taylor, you have Troy Vincent. Why are you taking 2 corners here? Well, both of those guys were older players, and the Eagles looked ahead, and they liked the value there. And those guys played a little bit early on, but they eventually took over, and they were the best cornerback duo that the Eagles had probably in the past 25 years. So that's why they're proud of it, because they stuck us to an organizational thought. They were not operating. I say this, don't operate with the next 5 months in mind. Operate with the next 5 years in mind. And that's what this does. We could be doing this show week 1 of the 2025 season, and Cooper DeJean on one side and Quinyon Mitchell on the other. We could be doing a show at some point too where Cooper DeJean is your starting safety, where he's interchangeable in the slot. There's so many different combinations here. And by the way, I've quoted Joe Douglas a number of times, and this goes back to the Lito Sheldon question too, where what's a luxury pick today is a necessity tomorrow. Ozzie Newsome told him that. And I bring that up because Darius Slay could be out for 6 weeks at some point, right? Who's stepping in? Is it Keely Ringo? Is it Eli Ricks? I'm not sure James Bradbury's on the team this year. It could very well be
he's
Cooper.
Probably not at this point.
Yeah, it could very well be Cooper DeJean. So I like the pick, and again, I stand by this. If he had athletic testing, I think he would have been higher up on boards.
Well, he tested at his pro day.
He tested at his pro day, and he had a good pro day.
He had a very good pro day.
Yes.
It's funny now because Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama goes the next pick to the New Orleans Saints. And would you rather have Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, or just recreate the Alabama secondary and have Terry and Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry?
I would rather have Mitchell and DeJean because of DeJean. If you're taking two, I want one to be able to play all over.
Well, I think Arnold can play all over. Arnold can play inside.
Fair enough. Okay. So look, I tend to trust big schools.
Yeah.
I tend to trust big schools, but there's a reason why in those 27 notes I put up, I said I thought the most likely player for them was Cooper DeJean because I thought Cooper DeJean makes sense. I heard things before the draft that he's someone they liked. Clearly, they didn't like him enough to take him in the first round. Although perhaps if the board felt differently, they would have. They liked him enough to be aggressive. And when I talked about those bold predictions that I had, the trade details, like you mentioned, the Eagles give up 50, 53, and 161. You get 40, 78, and 152. I said I could see them trading up in the first round and then trading back to the third. Trading up in the second and back to the third. And that's what you saw them do here.
I believe this is a huge swing for you in Duck Duck Juice. It might be out of range now. It might be dormy. I mean, because I think you have safety as well in two corners. Yeah. So whatever position he plays. Very interesting. Very interesting. We're gonna have a lot of work to do on nicknames for Cooper DeJean of the Reed Blankenship
fixated
variety.
on that part of it.
Well, I mean, how could you not note that there have not been any like white cornerbacks of note for over a decade? That's a real thing.
Riley Moss catching shade, huh?
Yeah. I don't think Riley Moss is trotting out there in the Super Bowl. Cooper Sharp DeJean. I don't know. It's like a white cheese. Does that work? I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, Riley Cooper DeJean is the obvious one, but
we
don't want to put that on.
Rich thinks here.
Yeah, we'll bring in Rich, handsome Rich, pretty soon. Very interesting. Now, Kamari Lassiter going off the board, the corner from Georgia to the Houston Texans. So this is nice. We got a nice little. We can buckle in. We're going to be here all night.
Yes, we are. We know that because now they'll be drafting in the third round.
We were going to be doing the third round anyway. We know that. Come on.
No, but I'm saying I will be here. I'm not going to rush over. We know how yours was.
Yeah, I mean, Zach. This is all about you. Would you like to flash up our guys, which we didn't get to before the draft? We have our guys at each position. So let's do Zach first. It's Zach Day.
It's not Zach Day.
At quarterback. Well, you take it. You take us through.
Okay, yeah. So at quarterback here, and the reason I'm looking to my left is because the TV's on the left here. Michael Penix Jr., who clearly was Terry Fontenot's quarterback as well. But also there were word that a few other teams were interested in trading up, including the Saints for him. Braylon Allen is the running back that I really like. I talked about him, the youngest player in this draft. Big physical back, probably doesn't run with the same power or the power you would like to see for someone his size. But I also think that I liked his first 2 years at Wisconsin. They had a coaching change last year, ran a little differently, more out of the shotgun. Now, he would run out of the shotgun here, but I think if you're just looking at talent, I really like Braylon Allen. Troy Franklin, I've gone on record about Troy Franklin. He checks a lot of boxes for me in terms of size, speed, production. The knock on him is that he's on the slighter side, but he had 18 catches, or I'm sorry, 8 catches of 40-plus yards last year. I saw him running past people at 178 pounds. Jared Wiley, who I think is an underrated tight end here. I think he can be a part of he can push to be a starting tight end places and can certainly be a good number 2 tight end. TCU, transferred from Texas. Blake Fisher. I've been all over the Blake Fisher train throughout this pre-draft process. Blake Fisher was a day one starter at Notre Dame at left tackle. He got hurt. Joe Alt took over. They moved him to right tackle. Every Blake Fisher evaluation seems to be including Joe Alt in there. If you just look at him from an isolated perspective, 6'6", 310. He's got good feet. I think there's a player there that you can mold. He's on the younger side. He's been consistent at right tackle. I think that could be a steal. Tanner Bortolini, just from an athletic perspective, really like him, can play 3 spots on the offensive line. I don't want to compare anyone to Jason Kelsey, but when you see him move in space, it's rare for that size, or it's rare for that position. Muhammad Kamara. Bo would call him an old. You know what I would call him? Tough as nails. Okay, this guy's from Newark, New Jersey. He gets after it.
Good food city.
Yeah, Hobby's Deli actually. Really like Hobby's Deli. Had great meals there with Andy McCullough and Matt Gelb a number of times. So yeah, shout out to Hobby's Deli and Mark Carrig and Mike Garofolo and Jenny Vrentas, Connor Orr, so many people from the Star Ledger. We had a loaded staff back then. I don't want to leave anyone out. Mike Vorkunov. There's so many good people back then. Yeah, so Muhammad Kamara can absolutely get after the quarterback. And he's going to be 24, 25 this year. But if you're looking at it from a 4-year deal as a situational pass rusher, you can do a lot worse as your fourth edge rusher. Mason Smith's kind of on the other end of the spectrum. Mason Smith is all tools. 6'6", 310, I think. I think I said that for Blake Fisher, but Mason Smith is around that. I think he had like 5 or 6 D-line coaches in his time at LSU. Never really had consistency. Was a big-time recruit. Was real productive as a freshman. Got hurt as a sophomore. Going into the year, if you look at Dane Brugler's early mock drafts that comes out after the draft, was expected to be a first-round pick. I think he has tools that can be developed there. Linebacker, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. What more do I need to say? St. Joe's Prep. That way. Okay? Yes. And I just think he has instincts. He reminds me a lot of Nakobe Dean, and I like Nakobe Dean coming out of Georgia. He doesn't have the size, doesn't have the speed, but he can flat out play. My favorite guy in the draft is the cornerback on this list, Mike Sanderstill, or Mikey Sanderstill, I should say. You win with players like Mike Sanderstill. He just makes winning plays. He did it for the national champions. He was the best defensive player on the national. What are you laughing at?
You are on such a heater.
He was the best defensive player on the national championship team. Okay, he's getting knocked for his size. He's played this position for like 2-3 years. And the instincts are off the charts. The toughness is off the charts. Like, you win with guys like him. I'm pounding the table for Mikey Sanderstill. Okay? Kalen Bullock at safety. Kalen Bullock plays like a cornerback. I think I said on the show, we had Devin Jackson in here sitting right where Rich is. And I said, you know what? If you like Andre Waters, if you like Wes Hopkins, you will not like Kalen Bullock. But if you like the way football was played in 2024, where you want a safety who has range, this guy can run sideline to sideline. He covers like a corner, okay? 6'3", 190. He makes plays on the ball. You hear the energy in my voice because these are guys that I would pound the table for, okay? That's why they are Zach's guys. Yes.
Wow. Zach. Zach, let's get in the chat. Welcome to the show, Handsome Rich. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Zach, that was unbelievable. I mean, I know we've been chanting your name for about 24 hours now, but that was a monologue and a half.
Sorry. Was that too much?
Great.
Okay.
And a nice comment in the chat from I believe the FIL, who says that the best thing about Zach is, among all of this, on 3 hours of sleep, he's going to Sloan's early morning program this morning.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't miss that.
Says you're the best.
Well, who said that? Is my father-in-law in the chat? He said, "Oh, thank you, David. I appreciate that." Yeah, that was. Emily said to me the other day, someone had something at school. I always take her on Fridays, and they had a program, and Emily said, "You don't have to be there," and I said, "Don't have to. I want to be there. This is like the joy of my life to be there." So yeah, we had a great coffee date. She gets a cake pop. I coffee. We talk about the week and the weekend. Then I went to her school. It was the highlight of my day. To be frank with you, I love this show. I love seeing everyone here, but those 30 minutes with Sloan were the highlight of my day.
How sweet is that?
Yeah.
It's awesome. There must be a lot of seats at that Hobby's Deli. Like, they got some big tables over
We
there.
didn't all go together. We didn't all go together. But that was the spot that was right by the Star Ledger office. There's also Dinosaur Barbecue there in Newark, New Jersey. So I mean, it's not the best food city, but I mean, you can find good meals wherever you look.
We don't need to go down this rabbit hole again. Your boy Max Melton going off the board to your boy Johnny Gans. So a match made in heaven there.
I wonder if the Eagles were trying to jump the Cardinals because there was a school of thought that the Cardinals.
Several corners went in a row after the Eagles took DeJean. It went McKinstry, then Lassiter, then Max Melton. So the Eagles, to their credit, did get a jump on that run.
Yep.
What do you make of the Cooper DeJean addition?
It's 2002 all over again, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Get your Blackberries out.
Maybe some iPods.
Yep.
You know.
I'm going to stay away from the rest of the things that were going on in 2002. Go ahead.
Sure. Get some foreign policy in there.
Yeah.
So I guess one of these guys has to be good, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you throw two and hope you get one.
It's exciting. I mean, I think one of the stories of this draft, though, Bo, and I think it's something we've seen with both Eagles picks so far, is that like the defensive backs have dropped from where a lot of the mock drafts had them going, right? You know, the Eagles able to get Quinyon Mitchell, who frankly a lot of people did not even think was a possibility unless they traded up at their original pick. And then, you know, they trade up, 10 spots in the second round and get Cooper DeJean, who I think a lot of people thought was the stick and pick guy. And so,
exactly.
You know, I do think like when you look at this, it broke where the defensive backs just kept dropping and dropping and dropping. And, you know, I just looked at Dane Brugler's top available list. They get two guys in the top 25, 26. I forget where DeJean is. He's right around there. It's pretty good.
Pro Football Focus had him as like a top 15 player. So,
okay, well, the guy I talked to on the street had him as a, bottom 40 player.
Okay. Just giving context, Bo.
I'm just saying, those two things are not the same. Take a Dane Brugler. Let's not throw the other stuff in there.
I will say, too, when NFL Network cut to Malcolm Jenkins as the comp, I was in right away.
Well, right, exactly. White Malcolm, like.
Sure.
I don't know that we need to put that on him. It's like the Kayvon Wallace is Brian Dawkins all of a sudden. But, yeah, I think from a process standpoint, this is all pretty interesting. And it goes to, like, you talked about the Eagles like to laugh last, Zach.
Yep.
They're a little bit rabbit-eared at times.
Yep.
And so, like, the perception that they don't care about the secondary for them to go out and double down here, I think it probably matches their board. I don't think they're doing something they shouldn't be doing necessarily, but it's a nice little narrative for them to spin.
Absolutely. And, they are sticking to their board for sure. Sorry, Vince is texting me. Am I allowed to read Vince's? Because Vince and I were texting earlier today, and I said to him, I'd package 50 and 53 to move up in round 2, down to round 3, try to get the G.
Okay.
And Vince loves the wheel and deal.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Oh, that's what he said or what you said?
That's what I said.
That's what you said. Okay. So what is Vince texting you about?
So he said it was the trade that we talked about. He's so happy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Vince. I'm sorry. That's why I was looking at my phone.
So Vince is texting you and you're just reading the text that you sent this afternoon.
All right, let's keep going in the conversation.
Well, I thought Vince was bringing something to the table here.
No, I wanted to tell you why I was looking at my. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do a show, tweet to the audience, respond to text here.
Yeah, the tweet. We can talk about how necessary that is, but
Yeah, I
you
mean,
need to get yourself a banner.
What's that?
Banners fly forever.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
I also would say too, as somebody who has watched a decent amount of Iowa football, I like anybody that played defense for them because the pressure that you have, not just to hold the other team to a shutout, but actually to score some points yourself too, is unmatched, right? And you would hope somebody who's now playing with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and all these guys, I mean, it might be a whole new world for him, honestly. I could give up a catch every once in a while.
Why were you watching so much Iowa football?
Yeah, I was curious about that too. You love Phil Parker?
Yeah.
Well, good for you. Great defensive coordinator.
They're always the 12 o'clock game.
That's true.
They're always like the bad 12 o'clock
but they're
game.
So unexciting. Like they're playing 12-9.
I love the Caitlin Clark scored more points than the Iowa football team.
Sure, I love those tweets. And that became like a very popular thing on Twitter. All the college football people loved pointing out. Wasn't there it was Kirk Ferentz's son needed to score a certain amount.
Yeah, Brian Ferentz. Yeah,
they need to score a certain amount of points for him to keep his job, and they failed.
They failed. Yeah.
So
they're a tough watch.
All right. Before we keep going, let's talk about our friends at Butcher Box who are making so much of this happen for us this weekend. Butcher Box offers you so much, from peace of mind because they easily find high-quality meat and seafood that you can trust, from 100% grass-fed beef to free-range organic chicken, pork-raised, crate-free, and wild-caught seafood. It's all humanely raised with no antibiotics or added hormones. Plus, it is the ultimate convenience, delivered right to your doorstep with free shipping, always curated to customized box plans. If you are someone who struggles with making meal plans over the course of the week, Butcher Box is going to help you out, and all of that with the incredible value. A variety of high-quality meats at an amazing value with exclusive member deals, plus recipe, inspiration, guides, tips, and hacks. So, ButcherBox, to our dear PHLY Draft Day listeners, is offering an amazing offer where new users can get free meat plus $20 off your first box. So join today using our link at butcherbox.com/PHLY and use code PHLY to receive this exclusive offer today before time runs out.
And let me tell everyone about Bet Parks. We're pumped to partner with Bet Parks. We're brought to you here by the Bet Parks app. Get in the zone with the Bet Parks Sportsbook app. Money is in the moments. There are so many good events coming up. There's a big Sixers game on Sunday. I know that. We all know that, obviously. The NBA playoffs, MLB baseball. You can win big with all-day action. Win your first $10 bet and earn $125 in sports bonus bets. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet. Download the app and play along with us. Must be 21 or older. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last two picks off the board, Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M, to the Green Bay Packers, and then the Carolina Panthers taking Jonathan Brooks. Did you guys see the Jerry Jones press conference from last night?
Yes. Do you think that was a leverage play, or do you think that was...
I do not think that was somebody operating at another level. I think that was somebody operating at a lower level.
Okay.
You saw where they had him. They had him high.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Well, they missed out on Jonathan Brooks. Do you think he was the best running back in the draft? Or did you like,
I had him at the
top.
Like
Benson?
But I didn't feel super strongly about it.
Giants are taking Tyler Nubin.
Ooh, Tyler Nubin, the safety, who is more of a center fielder, less of a tackler, but good ball skills from Minnesota. Interesting. So, Zach, where do you think this leaves the Eagles now as we wait about 30 picks or so before their next selection? What do you think they're eyeing?
Well, it depends who's on the board. I mean,
position-wise.
It's
not specific player.
Yeah, I would imagine offensive line. That would be my guess. I think you can find a good interior offensive line at that spot. Maybe a developmental tackle if one drops.
So are you off the wide receiver?
Yeah, I'm off the wide receiver. I'm going to miss that prediction there. I'm off the wide receiver. Maybe, look, they go with Paris Campbell. Maybe they think there's depth in this class that they can get one in round 4. Perhaps, but I would imagine offensive line is going to be a priority here.
So we have a super chat from Threat Level Midnight who wanted us to do a depth chart of the secondary. So do we have that graphic from today of the players on the roster at cornerback and safety? We could pull that up and sort of go through that because boy, we were prepared. Brenna knocked us out of the park, so she knew this was coming. Here are the cornerbacks on the Eagles roster. Darius Slay, Quinyon Mitchell, James Bradbury, Keely Ringo, Avonte Maddox, Eli Ricks, Tyler Hall, Josh Jobe, Isaiah Rodgers, Tywan Mullen, Zach McPherson, and Mario Goodrich. And then at safety, you've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Reed Blankenship, Sidney Brown working his way back from injury, and then Tristan McCollum, and maybe one other guy who I'm forgetting. I'm thinking, first of all, shocking that the Eagles would go corner with Isaiah Rodgers back. I thought that was going to take corner off their board at the top of the draft. But I would expect that James Bradbury's time with the Eagles is over.
Yes.
I think they're probably going to just June 1st release
Poor James
him.
Bradbury. This always happens post-draft with him.
I know. I feel bad. Great guy.
Yeah.
From my interactions. I don't think that anybody's given anything up for him necessarily unless the Eagles are taking on like all of the money. So that's the most likely scenario. I think week 1, you're probably looking at Quinyon Mitchell on the outside with Darius Slay. I don't know if they're doing like DeJean week 1 inside if Avonte Maddox is here. Now, Avonte Maddox may not make the team now. It's possible if DeJean shows that he's ready for prime time. And then at safety, I still imagine that it would be Gardner-Johnson and Blankenship week 1. With Sidney Brown working his way back.
So I agree with you on safety. What's going to be interesting, and we'll hear from Howie Roseman later tonight, and we'll talk about that on tomorrow's show as well. But regarding Quinyon Mitchell last night, he said they just wanted him to focus on the outside. They didn't want to put too much on his plate early. right? I'm curious if they take the same approach with DeJean, or because of his experience around the formation, they try him in a handful of spots. Like, I don't think you're maximizing Cooper DeJean if he's your number 3, number 4 corner on the outside, right? If him and Keely Ringo are competing to be the top backup behind Slay. I think you're maximizing DeJean this year if he's competing to be your slot, if he's helping out at safety, and you know that he can play on the outside. But I would use him at all 3 spots. I wouldn't be afraid of putting too much on his plate early, because this is part of the value of getting Cooper DeJean. If the value in getting Quinyon Mitchell is that he can be a day 1 starter on the outside, I think the value in getting DeJean is that he can play multiple spots.
Well, and if you're just thinking long-term, big picture, like having DeJean and CJ Gardner-Johnson on the field at the same time, when you can disguise who's doing what, 2 guys who can both do everything in the secondary, obviously that's going to be helpful to Vic Fangio.
It just seems like a lot of guys who we thought were going to figure into the secondary might find themselves kind of on the outside looking in, at least to start. I mean, Sidney Brown, when he returns, is he going to play a ton? Avante, like Keely Ringo, obviously was somebody who before the draft was the other corner, probably outside of Darius Slay. Like, that guy's probably not getting on the field if everybody here is healthy. So it's a crazy room. I mean, they have some depth, and they have a couple guys in Gardner-Johnson and DeJean that can play multiple positions too. So, if Vic Fangio can like disguise, and that is his thing, right? It's show the offense the same picture before, and then post snap motion afterwards. It seems like he's got a lot of tools in the secondary to do that.
So I'm thrilled to have Rich on this set for many reasons. He's awesome to have here, but also because he won't roll his eyes when I use this term, positionless football. And I say because Rich has covered the NBA. Rich has seen Eric Spoelstra in action. Okay, he knows Heat culture. He's seen the positionless basketball.
He's rolling his eyes.
No. And so what you want there is the Eagles can have 4 guys in the middle of their defense, and you don't know on a given snap who's playing safety or who's playing slot. Okay, you have these versatile chess pieces. You can disguise. You can have some guys dropping, a play deep. You can have some guys cover the slot receiver. You're going to cause these quarterback headaches because you have positionless players.
No, they don't. They have positions.
When I say positionless, I mean positionless doesn't mean they don't have. I guess by definition it means they don't have position. What it is that you're not. So
you're talking just about versatility.
You're talking about in the NBA. You can guard 1 through 5, right? That's what they say. Positionless players. Okay, you can guard 1 through 5. When Eric Spoelstra, everything changed in Miami when they stopped announcing positions in the starting lineup, and they just said LeBron and Bosh and Wade, right? And Chalmers and Shane Battier. And these guys were playing they were switching everything. Didn't matter who was taking up the ball. Sometimes it'd be LeBron, sometimes it'd be Wade, sometimes it'd be Chalmers, sometimes it'd be Bosh, right? That's what you can have.
So the Eagles basketball team is going to be very good.
That's what you can have with these safeties and slots. That's my point. If you're the quarterback, all right, before the snap, you don't know who's the slot, who's the safety. They can all mix around. That's positionless football.
I mean,
go ahead, Rich.
I mean, I think the August shows that you guys do from training camp, this is going to be the biggest story, though. It's kind of who is playing where. You can have the positionless argument a little bit more. I'm gonna refrain from that. I mean, Zach gave a very good history of the big 3 and kind of that second season, Shane Battier moving him to the 4, big deal. Chris Bosh, very underrated player, his versatility.
Absolutely.
I don't know who's the Bosh in this element. Maybe it's DeJean. I don't know. Yeah. But
maybe CJ Gardner-Johnson.
But I do think there is a chance that the secondary becomes like one of the biggest stories of this season.
Sure.
In that, number one, it's who's playing. That's kind of the training camp, the offseason story. And then when the season actually starts, kind of what Zach was talking about, how is Vic Fangio deploying these guys? So I am excited for that. It's certainly, I was kind of hoping for a linebacker today, as just kind of like that is the biggest hole on the roster. But in terms of potentially like adding an exciting player, adding an exciting element to your team, I can't really argue with this.
I wouldn't be opposed to putting DeJean as like a dime linebacker.
He's a good tackler, right?
As a dime linebacker, so you have no linebackers on the field.
Well, he would take that spot. Yeah, he can play in run fits, right? He can cover tight ends. Yeah, wouldn't be the worst idea in the world.
Well, I think you would be more likely to do that as like a nickel linebacker.
Okay, so as
another linebacker on the field. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you looked at this linebacker depth chart,
who's typecasting on race now? Put the white guy at linebacker.
How is that typecasting on race? That is talking about his versatility. Has nothing. That has nothing to do with race at all.
Zach already made him Nate Gary.
I do think the other serious consideration here, long term, is that, like, Darius Slay probably has 1 year left.
Yeah.
As a starting caliber player, and there's a chance that he goes over the edge quickly, or is unable to stay healthy. In which case, you can just play Cooper DeJean on the outside, or maybe you play Keely Ringo on the outside. But I think the Eagles are part of the reason they're willing to do this is because they're clear-headed about Darius Slay's future.
Going into the draft, what did you think of DeJean? Because it was me doing more of the DeJean talking in our conversations.
I liked him. I didn't love him.
Okay. And why not?
Because the versatility as the main selling point is something that always makes my antenna come up a little bit. Like, I'd rather have somebody who's great at something than someone who's good at a lot of things. And when we watched him with Coach Flynn, I didn't see the man-to-man mirroring skills. He seems like a very good, aware zone player, but just to my eye was not a guy who was worth a first-round pick.
Interesting. Okay. So you disagreed with the consensus there. Yeah.
Well, he didn't go in the first round, so I didn't disagree
but the
with
consensus,
the NFL's consensus.
No, sure. Wow.
Yeah, I was lower on him
okay.
than pre-draft consensus, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. One other element, because we talked about this on a pod, that having players who are good with the ball in their hands for kickoffs,
absolutely.
This could be somebody who figures in, right?
Well said. Dynamic returner at Iowa, absolutely dynamic. And we talked about the different styles in the return game. Without knowing him well, I think he could potentially fit as the kickoff returner.
Like the comment that you're making in the next Nate Gary, and then somebody said Nate Gary was a positionless player, just not in the way that you want.
Nate Gary catching strays.
Yeah, in the chat.
I don't know if Nate Gary was a positionless player. They changed his position, but they didn't use him as a versatile chess piece.
No, that's her point.
Oh, okay.
In the comment is that he didn't have a position because he
gotcha. Okay.
couldn't play a position.
Okay.
Just a shot.
Yeah.
Just
Nate Gary catching strays here. You're watching in South Dakota. By the way, I believe DeJean was born in South Dakota. Is that right?
He was.
Sioux Falls. And Nate Gary, of course, from South Dakota. Bo Wulf he was actually, according to his Wikipedia, he was born in Louisiana, Cooper DeJean, but I think for a period of time he was in South Dakota. But when I bring up Nate Gary's South Dakota high school exploits were once covered by Bo Wulf.
Were they?
Or maybe middle school. I don't know.
Nate Gary's?
Or I don't know. That's actually not true. Sorry. I'll tell you off air.
Are you thinking about Goddard?
No.
Samerstill.
There we go. Look at that. Man, the Eagles don't have it. I mean, Paris Campbell's gonna have nightmares going against Mike Sanders stuff.
I don't know that Paris Campbell might be having nightmares, but I don't know if it's gonna be because of Mike Sanders stuff.
I mean, look at this guy.
Just for everybody who is not watching the draft, he's going number 50 to the Washington Commanders.
So at the Eagles pick, interestingly enough.
Yes.
Look at the way. Look at it. The tackling in an alley. Okay. I mean, this is him as a wide receiver at Michigan before the position change. Natural hands. You see where those ball skills come. Here he is in coverage here, spotlighted, stride for stride, making a play on the ball right there. I mean, the instincts for a guy who's only played the position 2 years. Look at that, the physicality, the toughness, the body adjustment to make the interception there. That's against TCU, I believe it was. Yeah, no wonder Washington's happy. That was a great pick.
Okay. How about I give you the full Dane Brugler, Cooper DeJean background.
Let's hear
if
it.
Let's
you're
do
ready
it.
For that.
Great
Cooper
basketball
DeJean.
player. Yeah.
Yeah, and the highlights of him as a basketball player are fun.
Yeah.
Although like
The competition.
Can somebody stop the ball? Like, come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
it looks like he is the tallest player on the court in those. I don't know. What is that? South Dakota basketball? I
Yeah, I
don't
mean, it
know.
looks like
Iowa,
it's
yeah.
Iowa, but I think it
Yeah.
looks like he's playing against like guys like me. Like,
Yeah.
nobody can even compare.
I mean,
with
it's-
him athletically, it's very funny.
He's still throwing down some really nice dunks, but yeah, like if he was playing in the Philadelphia Catholic League, I'm not sure he's getting all the way to the cup on those plays.
Ooh, man.
Shots fired. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Hey, look, you gotta. I know.
Now, this is interesting. The pronunciation here from Dan Brugler is DeJean.
Ooh.
Not Cooper DeJean, Cooper DeJean.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. DeJean.
I didn't know that.
Now we
Okay.
do.
Cooper DeJean,
DG.
the oldest of three boys, was born in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and
Okay.
grew up in Odebolt, a small town, population of less than 1,000 in western Iowa, 70 miles from the Nebraska border. He competed in multiple sports throughout childhood, mainly baseball, basketball, and football. Basketball was his first love, and he quickly became one of the best AAU players in the state. He also played local and travel football and saw time at multiple positions, mostly running back. DeJean attended Owa BCIG High School, which includes 4 local towns, Odebolt, Arthur, Battle Creek, and Ida Grove. After seeing minimal varsity action as a freshman, he started as a sophomore wide receiver and earned all-state honors with 66 receptions for 1,023 yards and 12 touchdowns. So he has a 60-catch season to his resume, adding an interception at defensive back. As a junior, DeJean moved to quarterback and led OA BCIG to an undefeated 13-0 record in the 2019 2A state championship, the first state title in school history. He finished that season with 3,546 passing yards, 1,292 rushing yards, and 66 offensive touchdowns, broken up between 42 passing and 24 rushing, plus 34 tackles and 5 interceptions, 2 of them returned for a touchdown on defense, and a pair of punt return touchdowns. He earned first team All-State and All-District honors and was named District MVP. As a senior, DeJean led the team to another undefeated record and the 2020 state title, including a legendary performance in the state championship game. For his final season, his 3rd season as a captain, he passed for 3,447 yards, rushed for 1,235 yards, and accounted for 59 offensive touchdowns, 35 passing, 24 rushing. On defense, DeJean finished with 54 tackles and 3 interceptions. He again earned first-team All-State and All-District honors and was named Iowa Gatorade Player of the Year. DeJean departed OA BCIG with numerous school records, including career passing yards and career passing touchdowns. His all-purpose yards as a junior and senior ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively, in state history. He was a 4-sports standout in high school and also lettered in baseball, basketball, and track. On the basketball court, he was one of the most productive players in the state and finished his senior year with averages of 25.9 points, 7.9 rebounds, and 7.1 assists per game. DeJean closed his basketball career with 1,832 total points, 58 points behind TJ Hawkinson. In track, he won the state championship as a senior in the long jump and 100 meters and finished 2nd in the 200 meters. He posted personal bests of 10.66 seconds in the 100 meters, 21.92 in the 200, and 24 feet 2 inches in the long jump. A 4-star recruit, DeJean was the number 26 safety in the 2021 recruiting class and the number 6 recruit in Iowa. His first scholarship offer came from Iowa Western and several FCS programs, including North Dakota State. DeJean visited Iowa for Junior Day in January 2020 and left with his first FBS offer. He committed to the Hawkeyes 2 months later and shut down his recruitment prior to his senior season. DeJean was the number 3 recruit in head coach Kirk Ferentz's 2021 class. Both of his parents were college athletes. His dad, Jason, who was an assistant coach on the high school football team, played basketball at Huron University in South Dakota. His mom, Katie, played softball at Briarcliff and Huron. DeJean's younger brother, Beckett, finished his freshman season in 2023 as a defensive back at FCS South Dakota. His youngest brother, Jax, is a rising sophomore in high school and next up in the family pipeline to play college football. DeJean elected to skip his senior season and enter the 2024 draft. Now we get to the scouting report. Strengths: good-sized athlete with above-average speed. He was a member of the Bruce Feldman Freaks list. Alert, disciplined, and smooth in his movements, which allow him to use a variety of techniques from bail, press, and mirror, and on down the line. Anticipates well and credits his time as a high school quarterback for developing his feet in coverage. Finds the football and produces receiver-like plays at the catch point. Does fun things with the ball in his hands, returned 3 of his 7 career interceptions for touchdowns, and saw a handful of offensive snaps in 2023 and was poised for more before his injury. Plays physical, regardless of the down, and receivers know they're in for a dogfight. Reliable run defender and plays with outstanding control and hand strength as a tackler. Averaged 13.1 yards per punt return with 1 touchdown and had another one called back. Also was a gunner on punt coverage. Humble and soft-spoken by nature and deflects praise towards his teammates. Served on the team's player council as a sophomore and junior. NFL scouts say he can channel any nerves into a competitive performance. Experienced playing multiple positions in the back 7. Weaknesses: only average reaction burst and first step, isn't as explosive as his full strides, guilty of taking extra steps at the top of his routes or in his change of direction, giving up initial separation to receivers, not shy about grabbing to recover or getting too handsy in downfield action, suffered a broken fibula in his right leg while practicing with the offense in November 2023, an injury which required season-ending surgery and sidelined him for most of the draft process until he was medically cleared in March. Summary. Thank you for sticking with us here. A 2-year starter at Iowa, DeJean was an inside-outside cornerback and defensive coordinator Phil Parker's zone-heavy scheme. He also saw snaps at safety and the Hawkeyes' hybrid cash position. After matching the school record with 3 pick-sixes in 2022, he was recognized as the Big Ten's Tatum Woodson Defensive Back of the Year and the Rogers Dwight Return Specialist of the Year in 2023, despite his late-season leg injury. With his natural anticipation and coverage, DeJean is rarely out of position and uses athletic gifts and top-tier ball skills to make plays. Though he has a steady process to gather and go, his lack of initial suddenness is something he must continue to mask to limit separation at the top of his routes. Overall, DeJean is one of the best tackling defensive backs in the class and shows playmaking skills and coverage because of his athletic instincts and competitive makeup, along with an immediate special teams role as a returner and gunner. His NFL starter quality skill set fits interchangeably at cornerback, safety, or nickel. First/second round grade, number 25 overall.
Woo! And there you have it. 2 small-town corners, Bo. Odebolt, Iowa, and Williston, Florida.
Which one's bigger?
I believe Williston, Florida is a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Which is where Quinyon Mitchell is from. And look, man, those 2 places make Yazoo City, Mississippi look like the Big Apple in comparison. So, maybe they can bond over that.
Good food city, Yazoo City.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Yeah. All right. Where'd the other guy go?
He went to a Zoom of some sort.
Did he fall asleep? He's on the Cooper DeJean conference call. Just slipped out. Nicely done. Is he live tweeting? Oh, wow. We see where his loyalties lie. His Twitter followers over his live video audience. Meanwhile, his boy A.D. Mitchell goes to the Indianapolis Colts at pick 52. Also catching up, Zach Frazier went to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 51, the West Virginia interior offensive lineman. That means the Commanders now back on the clock at 53, which is the Eagles' original pick. So we'll find out. You're gonna compare Cooper DeJean and whoever the 3rd round pick is to Mike Sanders and whoever the Commanders take here.
So how surprised were you by that pick?
I mean, I wasn't as surprised as I would have been before Zach told me it was going to happen. Shout out to Zach.
Over there. And over there.
Oh, and what was the answer?
It was pretty.
Should we play? Is now the time to play his reaction?
Oh, we can play. Oh, hold on. I'm going to need a minute.
Julia, dynamite producer that she is, thought it would be smart to have the cameras rolling for when Zach walked in to see the sign and then did not have his reaction. I don't think he knows yet that he was being recorded. So that's okay.
Did he have it rolling for all 4 minutes of it?
I think she did. So if you guys want to do a little peek at Zach in the wild, Julia's going to pull that together for us. Let us know when it's ready. I mean, this is very exciting stuff. The poll is overwhelmingly keep it, I would imagine.
I mean,
84 to 16.
I'm actually surprised it's that low.
I think that's Zach was in the chat is basically what that tells me. That
He was just logging into different accounts,
yeah.
bumping it up to 16%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you excited for Cooper DeJean?
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit of a weird pick. I think I don't know. I came into today thinking stick and pick and like one of three positions: linebacker, offensive line, or receiver, and they did none of those things. So I leave this thinking, as you said when I was listening to you guys earlier, like I do not feel good about this linebacking core. And if they had made a pick in the second round for linebacker, I would have said, okay, this is when you are finally getting serious about this position. If it was Junior Colson, somebody who you just knew was a solid player who kind of seems like a very high floor player. And I just have that 49ers game in my head from last year, man, where they're just, not Christian Ellis, of course, but the other linebacker just being put in the blender and how easy it was to throw over the middle. Not just in that game, but really for about a month, really the whole year, honestly. That's not going to get fixed. Maybe it does get fixed at the end of the third round. Do you think they go there? I know Zach said offensive line. I would probably think it was one of those two positions.
I think if they want to add a starting caliber linebacker, the third round is the last chance for them to do so. Now, guys can work their way up, but if it's a thing that they are eager about, but I also would be hard pressed to believe Howie would go defense all the way at the start of the draft. Where you been, buddy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you. You were in the middle of speaking.
It's good. That's why I was doing that. I gave you an opportunity to
Cooper DeJean was speaking to the Philadelphia reporters. I wanted to meet Cooper virtually, hear what he had to say. As we know, had a 30 visit with the Eagles, was comfortable with them, was happy where he landed. He said that he's talking to them about playing all three spots. And his quote was, quote, "I'm a football player. You put me on the field, I'm going to go play football." He was asked about
Trenchant.
What's that?
Trenchant.
he was asked about the lack of white cornerbacks in the NFL and whether that's going to keep teams from putting him on the outside. And he said that he would love to play. He would love to have the opportunity to play on the outside if that's what they ask him to do. If not, he'll do the best of whatever they ask him to. There was some stuff about his recovery. He says it seemed like a long time, but it seems like it's been a long time since he's playing football, but he's feeling well now. He was in touch with Quinyon Mitchell last night by coincidence, sent him a text, congratulations. Now, crazy to think that they're teammates. I asked him about the production with the ball in his hands, which is not something you typically ask a defensive player, but he had 3 pick sixes 2 years ago, was the top returner in the Big Ten last year. And yeah, he said that goes back to his days in high school. He loves having the ball in his hands. You don't get a lot in or on defense. When he has it, he's always thinking end zone. And I asked him his thoughts on the new kickoff return. He said he really likes it. It's almost like a punt return. You have 2 guys out there, and you can create lanes to get one-on-one against the kicker, basically, and then you can go. So that's just something to be mindful of with him. I look forward to getting a chance to speak to him more.
What kind of personality did it seem like he was bringing?
I mean, it's hard. It's like speed dating. You can't really tell when.
You ever been on a speed date?
No, I saw Hitch. Have you ever seen Hitch?
I have seen
great scene.
Yeah, great scene. The speed dating. Yeah. So can't imagine you can really learn much about someone in the speed dating setting. So,
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you watch Hitch because you thought it was about past concepts?
No, but I like Will Smith. Yeah, I've seen most Will Smith movies.
Really?
Is there? Was he canceled or something? Was that something I shouldn't have said?
I mean, he did slap a man on national television.
Now that you said that. Okay. Sorry, you looked at me like.
Just
I mean, come on. If you grew up in this area when
right over there.
Yeah, well, if you grew up in this area when I did, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, everyone watched it, right? So yeah, I mean, I'd like Will Smith. I don't know him personally, but he went to the same high school as my grandfather,
Nice.
Overbrook High School. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
My only thought on Hitch is that might be the all-time ridiculous New York apartment for the jobs that they have, where I think Eva Mendes is a gossip columnist for essentially like the Daily News or the Post, and Will Smith, I think, has set up 3 people for marriage, one of whom I think does community theater, and man, they got some great places. I don't know, maybe they got a good deal.
Yeah. I know people always said that about Friends. Like how did they get that?
Well, at the end of it, they said that the rent control, that they kind of, tried to gloss over that a little bit, little wink at the audience.
Gotcha.
Saying, we hear you.
Okay. But no, as far as his personality, yeah, he was pretty matter of fact. He was probably had a little more to say than Quinyon Mitchell last night, but I wouldn't call him like, effervescent. He wasn't popping off he wasn't Malcolm Jenkins in the interview setting, but I look forward to getting a chance to know him better in the locker room in Philly in the coming weeks.
Well, Zach, the Commanders have done an interesting thing here. They have taken someone from your list of guys and someone from my list of guys because at 53, they're taking Ben Sinnott, the Kansas State tight end, which is not quite as high as I would have taken him, but that's okay.
Does it surprise you that he's the second tight end or has Josh Sanders gone? Or
no, he has not.
Okay, so second tight end off the board. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, but it doesn't surprise me that he's one of the second or third tight ends off the board. I would have had him third. So the Cleveland Browns on the clock now, and I believe they're taking our other friend, Mike Hall Jr. Mike Hall? Yes.
There's Carl Nassib making the pick. Carl Nassib from Malvern Prep, which is that way.
Nice. Julia, do you want to show Zach the poll results?
We're taking it off, right?
I mean, you did last night.
What?
Let's clip that. We're taking it off, right? Should we take down Zach's banner?
Absolutely not. 84%. Oh, come on. Did you rig the election?
No, I didn't. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't write that.
God. All right. Well, I hope.
Listen. You want to do what the people. You are famously wanting to do what the listeners want. So, got to stick with it.
Yeah, but okay, true. Does this mean we're going to do more mailbags?
You are the one who wants to do what the people want.
Oh, okay, not you. Okay, yes, yeah. The audience. I always say if you have a pizza shop and people don't eat the pizza, it's not a good pizza shop. Bo doesn't like that analogy when I bring that up.
You're right.
Yeah,
it's an incredibly flawed analogy.
How is it? Let's workshop this. How is it a flawed analogy? No, seriously. Customers determine your success. If you think you have a great pizza shop, but no one comes to eat your pizza, you're going to go out of business unless you're just like burning cash, right? So my point is that it behooves you to listen to your customers.
But what if one person comes into your pizza shop and says, I want you to make your pizza with nothing but pineapples. And another person comes in and says, I don't want pizza, I want a kebab. And another person comes in and says, I want you to punch yourself in the face every time I get a piece of pizza. Are you gonna serve every customer equally?
Well, as Rudyard Kipling says, all men count with you, but none too much, right? So, I mean, I would probably take into account who's saying it, but I wouldn't be above any feedback, right? I probably wouldn't punch myself in the face. I don't know how that will help me have a better pizza shop, but I think fundamentally, you're there to serve your customers. We're here to serve our audience. If our audience isn't interested in our show, we need to do a better show. So that's kind of the way I feel.
The audience wants nudity.
I can't help them there, but
okay,
yeah. Look at Mike McDaniel. He's dressed well.
You would call that dressed well?
Yeah, he's
dressed Miami, I would say.
He's dressed Miami. I mean, he's dressed sharp. That's a good. He looks sharp right now. I couldn't pull that off, but he looks sharp right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like he's heading to Prime 112 afterwards. Go make a second round pick, and Hit South Beach
Get on out of
afterwards. Yeah.
Jesus Zoidberg says, "Run your Kipling's Pizza Shop."
I like that you're going with Jesus.
I mean, I don't want to generalize.
And Jason says nipples Berman.
I don't know what that means. Avoid that one.
So we're just reading comments.
Okay.
There we go. All right, we are closing in a little bit ish. We are about 20 picks away now from the Eagles going to be on the board at 78 in the third round, and
is it going quickly tonight?
It's quicker than last night.
It's 7 minutes
certainly.
between picks, right?
Yeah.
So,
What's the third
I
round?
feel
5?
like they're a little bit
I
more
think-
on top of things on the broadcast than
Gotcha.
they were last night as well.
gotcha. Yeah, day 3 is 5 minutes.
Oh,
right.
So the third round's 7 still?
Is the third round 7, or do they go to 5?
I
and
think that's right, but I'm not 100% sure.
The third round, the day 3 should be 30 seconds. It should be like a fantasy draft when, you just want to get out of there virtually.
Yes.
Enough. Come on.
Really?
That's Zach's favorite thing, yeah.
I
I mean, I like the end of a draft.
Yeah.
But
Al Groh used to say, he used to have this expression.
Be prepared for the end of fantasy drafts.
No, he would say, we only play once a week, and we only play 12 times a year. Why is everyone trying to speed up the game? Like, let's enjoy this, right? And so fantasy drafts, you're doing it once a year, right? What's the purpose of speeding it up? Let's enjoy it. You're among friends. You're strategically building the roster. And sometimes those late picks can be good ones. Like Ronel Blanco.
nice.
Yeah. Call back to the loyal listeners who remember the Ronel Blanco. Sorry.
Patrick Paul, selected by the
Okay.
Miami Dolphins at 55 overall, the offensive lineman from Houston with big old long arms. And I mean, Brenna just keeping up on the second round graphic. What a job. Dynamic. All right.
So are the Cowboys going to go running back, you think?
Hi.
Like maybe Jerry Jones. Look at that. By the way, look at that war room. It looks straight out of movie. It looks like straight out of a spaceship movie.
See, I like this though. This is what the war rooms used to look like. Now now everybody's gassing each other up and pumped up. Like they're sitting at the desk. Jerry is a traditionalist in this sense. I agree with you though. It does look like, like the Death Star on Star Wars or something like that.
Yeah.
It looks like an evil, like this is the bad guy, like henchman room.
Yes.
Like,
Also, they can have better lighting in there. Right? It's pretty dark.
you want to talk through some of the people who are still on the board?
Yeah, I would love
Do you
to.
want to project 20 picks out? Talk about some options? Go ahead.
So my boy Blake Fisher, still on the board.
I was going to go
He's-
position by position.
Oh,
if
okay.
that's
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah. Let's go position by position.
Running back.
Yep.
Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Trey Benson, and Marshawn Lloyd, who the Eagles brought in.
From Delaware.
Yes. Wide receiver, Troy Franklin, who we both like a little bit, still on the board. I guess surprisingly so, given all the wide receivers who have gone. Roman Wilson. A.D. Mitchell did get picked while you were gone, by the way.
Okay. To Indianapolis. That's all.
I believe that's right. At tight end,
Shane's gonna like him.
J.T. Sanders. You know what? I like this bit. I like the first name bit. It's a good bit. At tackle, Kingsley Suamataia still on the board, as well as Roger Rosengarten and your boy Blake Fisher, plus Brandon Coleman and Kieran Amagaji.
Vince's
boy.
guy. Yeah.
Yes. On the interior, Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, Dominic Puny, Christian Mahogany, and that old delicious Tanner Bortolini. Along the edge, my guy, Jonah Elliss, plus Austin Booker and Marshawn Nealand, Chris Braswell, and Adisa Isaac.
And Jalyx Hunt, who's getting some day 2 buzz.
Interesting. A little bit further down my board, but that's certainly true. And he did take a pre-draft visit with the Eagles. Defensive tackle, not a lot there. You'd have to skip down a little bit to get to like the Brandon Dorless, Makai Wingo, Dwayne Carter level. Not super exciting. Probably not going to be the pick for the Eagles.
Nope.
Linebacker Junior Colson's still there. Jeremiah Trotter still there. Peyton Wilson still there. Cedric Gray still there. And Trevin Wallace on the board. At cornerback,
That would surprise me.
I don't think they're going
Yeah.
cornerback again,
Yep.
but some people there. And then at safety, Jaden Hicks, Javon Bullard, Cole Bishop, Malik Mustafa. I don't think they're going safety either.
I don't think they're going safety either.
To me, that sounds like maybe if I could see linebacker, I could see an edge if there's a guy that they really love. But I do think that offensive line seems the most likely answer here.
Interior or?
See, that's the question I have. Like, does this mean that Tyler Steen, I know Sirianni at the combine kind of had a little bit of a weird answer, or was that the owners meeting, one of the two?
Owners meeting, yep.
Owners meeting. Do they officially trust him as the right guard? They probably should, just based on where he was drafted last year. But obviously, as you guys have said, did not get the reps when Cam Jurgens went down.
Yeah, my sense on this is that, and we talked about this in the owners meetings pod, and the one you and I did in the days after, that it's reasonable that he was tired and he forgot him. But if Steen was front of mind, then he would have been front of mind, right? And I think the Eagles are looking to push Tyler Steen. Now, whether that is, someone in a middle round or whether that is a Matt Hennessy, we'll see. At this point, I'm expecting Steen to be the starter. But, look, you can get a starting guard in the third round. And some of those names Bo mentioned can step in and start. We spoke about Cooper Beebe, right? Who is he's what, a 2-time All-American, was unanimous All-American last year. Based on the way he plays, is thought to be like one of the top interior linemen in this draft. The knock on him is the short arms. That's baked into the price now in the third round. Tyler Steen's obviously a bigger guy. That could be a matter of taste. But the Eagles went with the smaller guy last year, right? They went with Jurgens there when we spoke about the Steen-Jurgens thing. And so it very well could be that, if they think Cooper Beebe from a technical perspective can handle it. The other guy, and Bo has him in our draft, and this might be day 3, but Zach Zinter. Zach Zinter, who I think is a good enough player to start, and discounted price because of the injury. But my point is that these lists of guards, Bo mentioned Christian Mahogany, Bo mentioned Christian Haynes, Brandon Coleman. I don't think there's anyone here who I say, all right, I think this guy's going to be a Pro Bowl or $20 million a year guard. But I think obviously if you had that, he'd probably go earlier. But I think you have guys here who can definitely push Tyler Steen. So if your objective is to come out of this with someone who can be a starter, to be a potential starter, I think offensive guard could be a sweet spot here. If you want to come out of this draft with a potential Lane Johnson, someone to take over for him at some point, and I know Professor Shellman said there's more than one draft to do that. The Eagles can do that next year, right? But if you're still looking for that, the guy who I think makes sense there would be Kingsley Suamataia. Suamataia. I apologize. I butchered that last thing. I butchered that again here. Former 5-star recruit, transferred from Oregon to BYU, just turned 21, right? Young. I mean, you look
both sides.
Yeah. You look at the physical nature, the strength that he has. That jumps out there. Blake Fisher has the size, athletic profile. He needs to get stronger. That's kind of the word on him. The thing about Roger Rosengarten, right? He's viewed as like a right tackle, but this is the thing. He was actually a left tackle that they moved to right because he was their best. They wanted him to protect
the blind side.
The blind side for Michael Penix Jr. Troy Felton, who played the left side, but that actually wasn't the blind side for Michael Penix. So Rosengarten and his 40 times jumps out, that shows the foot speed there. Now the issue with Rosengarten is he doesn't have long arms. So if you have an arm length threshold, he's not going to hit that.
And some of those guys they brought in, so we know there's a level of interest. Dominic Puny, also a possibility there. Should mention, Zach, that you took Cooper DeJean with the first pick of the ALLCITY draft in your first round, so a big hit for you. I mean, let's get a little Zach.
No,
Zach,
stop.
Zach.
I see people say. I'm not going to say the name correctly.
Now, Marshawn Nealand going to the Dallas Cowboys, a player who I do not get it with, but it's not.
We'd like to see more production from the MAC.
A small school, exactly. No production, just bizarre.
So his story in the chat says Kingsley won't be there in 20 picks. Will he? The one thing I'll say is if you wanted to move up in the third round, right? It's not like the Eagles have some 5th-round picks they can play with here. It wouldn't be hard for them to move up at this point. Like moving up 10 spots, 15 spots in the 3rd round.
I don't think that's worth it.
You don't think it's worth it?
No.
If you think there's a drop off at tackle, though?
I think you've already made the bet on moving up.
Okay.
I mean, there's so much research to show that moving up generally does not work out. You're not, like more often than not, you are not correct.
Sure.
And so to make the second bet on it, I don't know.
I don't like moving up with, picks in rounds 2 or 3 or 4, right? When you're starting to talk about like a 6th rounder, and I know I mentioned a 5th, but the Eagles have shown over the past few years that they're not looking for volume late in the draft because they feel that they can hit the undrafted market in a big way. They would rather come out, and they would rather come out of the draft with guys that they feel strong about than be taking someone in the 6th or 7th round who is comparable to someone they would sign on the undrafted market. That I mean, I'm not saying I understand trading back's always a good thing, but now there's 2 arguments for this. You look at the 2011 draft, and the Eagles had all those picks, and you say, well, how many of them panned out? Well, the argument for it is one of those was Jason Kelce, right? That if you have enough lottery tickets,
right?
If you have enough lottery tickets, 1 hits, and that's all you need. Like, do you care that you missed on Julian Vandervelde or Brian Roll if you got the best center in Eagles history? So that's the argument for having volume late in the draft.
Just seeing if somebody else is coming off the board, but no.
By the way, there was a super chat. I don't know if you got to it when I was gone. From Vince, said, "Do you try to trade for Michael Mayer?" And I want to bring this up because one thing
this is John's brother, right?
No, John Mayer's an artist, right? Yeah, a singer. I'm familiar with him.
Yeah.
He's from Connecticut.
Paints the most beautiful pictures.
He's a singer. He's from Connecticut.
Yeah.
He was on the Letterman show and sang a great American Pie cover one time. Yeah.
Famous lover.
I've heard that expression actually.
You heard that expression?
No, I think he's saying he's a famous lover.
No, there's an expression that. There's an expression he used one time that I saw. I don't need to get into it.
Is napalm the second one?
It's involved napalm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's him talking about. That's him
knows
talking
more
about.
than he lets
I
on.
believe Jessica Simpson.
That's him talking about. Okay, but I mean, to say that you have to, by definition, you're a famous lover, right? I'm sorry, I did not. I do all this prep work for the draft, and we end up talking about John Mayer. And let me get back to Michael Mayer. Okay, so in an earlier,
he was Jessica Simpson, right? I'm not.
Yeah,
she's the napalm.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
it was. Yes.
Shout out to Jessica Simpson. I know she's watching.
Yeah. So when I was talking about the offseason, one thing I said is that pay attention at a position like tight end for a team that actually in my 12 or my 15-step Howie Roseman guide, I think, I said the team that takes Brock Bowers, and I mentioned the Tennessee Titans. I said maybe Chig becomes available, okay? And so Michael Mayer, who is he was a second-round pick last year. I thought he was a real good player for the Raiders. Now it's a different administration. They took Brock Bowers. It would surprise me for them to.
That shot is so good with just the bottom corner of the banner on with Zach. It's so good.
It would surprise me if they gave up on Michael Mayer. I think you'd have to give up something material for him at this point. It's not as if he had a bad year. You can play 12 personnel, but that is absolutely a call that I would make.
Let me ask you this. Would you consider flipping Keely Ringo?
Interesting for Michael Mayer. Yeah, I would actually, and I like Keely Ringo. But I mean, first off, you're trading your 3rd rounder this year, but your 4th rounder last year, right, for a 2nd-round pick. I think there's more of a need for depth tight end right now than depth corner. I liked Ringo as a player. I think there's traits that are hard to find, but I also think Michael Mayer. Like, I mean, let's look up Michael Mayer's draft profile. If Michael Mayer was in this draft, I think he'd be the 2nd best tight end, like without a doubt, in this draft. He was in a deep tight end draft class last year. He's young. He's still only 22 years old. He was an early entry. He's 6'5", 249. He was the 4th pick in the 2nd round last year, right? And there was only 31 picks in the 1st round last year, so he's the 35th overall pick. Okay, ran a 4.7 40 and 9.10 broad jump. He was really productive at Notre Dame. It was actually a surprise that he fell out of the first round. He had 27 catches for 304 yards and 2 touchdowns last year. Decent rookie season. They had a lot of quarterback instability there. He turns 23 in July, so he's actually younger than some of the tight ends in this class, including actually most of the tight ends in this class. He's younger than. So Vince, to answer your question, yes, and to Bo, to answer your question, absolutely. I would trade Kelee Ringo for Michael Mayer.
I think also just more in general, would you consider flipping Kelee Ringo if it was going to bring you back something material at a different
something
position?
Material, yes, but not just for because again, like Slay, we don't know how much longer he's going to be here.
Yeah, I think they would like to keep him. I think it makes sense to have, in theory, DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, and Kelee Ringo as your 3 corners.
Now, can I ask you guys both something to get back to the Gene?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jessica Simpson.
No, just as you were talking about it, does it concern you that they took 2 corners who the knock on them is that these guys haven't played press coverage? Like I know the thought is the Eagles are going to be a heavy zone team, but is that a concern that both of these guys, like the football scouting report, that's a question mark?
Go ahead.
I would just say in Mitchell's case, now this is probably pretty stupid, but watching the one-on-one reps at the Senior Bowl, that looked pretty good to me. The guy that the Niners drafted, Ricky Pearsall, like he absolutely bullied that guy.
Who I don't get him, by the way, but go on.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get him in that rep.
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
And
Me either.
Like he was in college for 6 years. He was never productive.
Yeah.
And I keep reading these things. Like I saw someone say he's going to have a 90 catch season this year. I mean, why wasn't he a 90 catch guy in Florida when he was their top receiver?
He's White Van Jefferson.
Well, I also saw, and again, this was just one tweet, but I saw it floating out there that like Kyle Shanahan was really talking up his blocking after last night too. And I'm thinking like that's cool. You guys run the football better than anybody, but
it sounds
first
like
round pick. Come on.
It sounds like Riley Cooper right now.
Yeah.
A little too much on type, right? Yeah.
Javon Bullard, Chris Braswell, and Blake Fisher, the last 3 players selected. Your boy Blake Fisher. I would say that I am not super concerned about that. I think that stuff is probably a little bit overblown. It's not like you're asked to press all the time anyway. And so I think DeJean is you're not really worried about it that much because it's probably not what he's going to be asked to do right away.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Are you?
No, it just strikes me as interesting because when we speak about Ringo and then you speak about the Alabama corners, right? That's not the question with them. You've seen them playing that style. But someone pointed this out in the chat earlier when we were talking to Fran, like the Eagles are his own team or expected to be his own team. So having someone who's good in zone, if you recall when they brought in Gannon, that was a big question. It's like Slay's this great man press corner. And now you're
Jonathan.
Yeah. When they brought in Jonathan, that was a question.
Well, do you think too that the Kool-Aid could be like the hindsight pick if he pans out because he was still on the board?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You've got Arnold and Kool-Aid or Quinyon and DeJean. It's kind of an interesting hypothetical.
Now the thing is this, and Bo did make a good counter that Arnold can play around the formation, right? So no, that is a fair comparison. I think they went with the 2 better athletes.
Yes,
right.
No doubt about that.
So that stands out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Blake Fisher off the board. Look at that.
Was he one of your guys?
Yes. Yeah, in a big way. And that's a really good. I mean, Houston's building a good football club right now, and Nick Caserio, D'Amico knows talent when he sees it, and he sees in Blake Fisher what I see in Blake Fisher. So
that's a little bit of projection, but I like that. Okay. Getting a little bit close now, within 20 picks. We're not quite at the part of the draft where we can see the PHI on the bottom of the crawl. That's when you know you're really getting close. But narrowing in a little bit.
Thoughts on the new Texans unis?
None.
Yeah, I'm not a big uniform guy. You got any?
I like the red ones. I really like the red helmets. I think the red helmet should be the style of the helmet where they have like the horn. similar to how the Eagles and the Vikings have theirs. They just have like the horn from the Longhorn there. That should be their permanent helmet. More so, I like the horn style much more than just the logo decal.
Wasn't there some controversy too about them using the old Oilers colors?
Yes.
And that the Titans were not happy about that.
Yeah, now they finally introduced that that Oilers blue as like a third color. As like a second, I was gonna say a secondary color. It could still be a secondary color if it's a third color. But yeah, they still have navy and red, but then they're introducing this light blue, and it is Oilers-esque.
It's kind of ridiculous that they're just taking full ownership over the color, but it is. I mean, like those old Oilers unis were great.
Oh yeah,
Warren Moon slinging it,
and I think we should have more Carolina blue in sports.
Yeah,
it's a great color. I was actually listening to a JJ Redick podcast with LeBron James where he was talking about getting recruited by Duke, and he said that he goes down there in like 8th grade or 9th grade. And, he meets with Wojo, meets with Coach K, and then he's at an AAU tournament with Boo Williams, and he wore like back in the day. I used to do the same thing. You wear your shorts under shorts, and he wore North Carolina shorts underneath because he liked the Carolina blue. And JJ did.
Yeah.
And Wojo like rimmed him out at the AAU tournament. Like, what are you doing wearing these Carolina shorts? Yeah.
Slap the floor probably afterwards too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great color.
I kind of like the color too.
Yeah.
I got nothing against the Carolina blue. Julia, should we play the video?
There's a video?
Yeah.
So there's some audio missing from the beginning.
Okay. Yes, there's some video of your reaction to the banner from earlier.
Don't I need to be authorized to tape something? You just say you're on air. My shirt's not tucked in.
This is Julia's idea.
No.
Julia. I've known you for 20 years. This is how you treat me?
It wasn't my idea to put it on the air right now, okay?
And I think what I was doing was complimenting everyone in the room right here.
You're really genuinely. I feel like I'm betraying you. I'm sorry, Zach.
I think I was telling everyone we did a great job. And
Yeah, it's good.
Should I
Oh, is
fast
the audio
forward a little
playing?
bit?
I don't think there is
Not
audio
yet.
right now.
Not yet.
You can do us in the box if you want, so you can get sex.
I can hear. No, we can hear you guys.
Oh, you
now.
can hear us right
yeah,
now.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying what a good show we had.
Yeah, and how proud I am to be part of this group. And this is how you repay me? I mean, I feel violated. Right?
I'm sorry.
Seriously. This people go to trial for this stuff, right? They were taped against their will, right? And now it's broadcasted to the masses? Don't I need to sign an authorization form or something? By the way, it's not White Claw. That's Celsius. Come on. What does Sigma mean?
I don't know.
Sigma beat right. I'm looking at the chat here.
Maybe you look like a frat guy.
Really? I don't know what fraternity you guys belong. That doesn't look like a frat guy. That looks like a reporter going to work.
That's where you see it.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Julia.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Definitely, I appreciate the sentiment. We don't need that.
There's the audio.
It's for the people. Did you see how happy the people in the chat were last night?
I mean, it's not like first off, breaking. It's like a.
Yeah, I don't think we need the audio.
Exactly. I think what I was saying was like
It was a
Barry
big
Sanders,
moment.
hand
It
the
was
ball
fun.
to the official, act like you've been there before. It almost becomes like parody. This is our job to report. All I'm doing is my job. You don't get a pat on the back for doing your job. You get reprimanded for not doing your job. You don't get a pat on your back for doing your job. Yeah.
I mean, that's one management style.
Yeah.
I think actually people do enjoy being told they're doing a good job.
No,
they've
you
done a good job.
You raised the bar.
Just like you did when you came in and you said you were talking to them like they did a good job.
Okay, yeah.
Right? What if they returned the compliment and threw it back in your face and said, "Don't do that"?
Okay. I was just saying how proud I was of the work that we all collectively did. We don't need to. If anything, the banner should say PHLY, PHLY, PHLY.
Well, we actually have a lot of PHLY.
Well, there you go, because that's what we should be recognizing, the group effort that we had here. The fact that all of us collectively put on a show that we're proud of last night has nothing to do with me.
I mean, it has a lot to do with you.
Yeah. I'm just playing my part. That's all.
Okay.
Well,
I think everybody's very proud of you, and I think we can get a little Zach.
All right. Let's.
Zach.
Okay, you a good dancer?
Well, when we're chanting Zach, I am. Yeah.
You should see Bo dance, man. The first time I saw Bo dance was at Marissa's wedding last year. This guy can cut a rug.
Oh,
I mean, he is awesome. Yeah. It was 2 years ago at this point, but yeah, it was. You should see Bo dance.
Really, not anything special.
But I mean, come on,
Just on the dance floor.
There were like NFL bona fides here at this wedding, and they were looking at how good of a dancer Bo was.
Complete fabrication, but
That's not a fact. Although I don't know if offensive linemen are the best dancers to begin with. So,
probably.
I mean,
Bo.
no disrespect, Mike. I actually think Michael would be like a kindred spirit with me there. I don't think Michael.
I don't think
enjoys
Michael was paying attention to my dancing at his own wedding.
Oh no, but I think there were other people who probably noticed how good of a dancer you were.
I think that's a you thing.
I was impressed.
Okay.
Bo.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. How much sleep did you get last night, Zach?
Now, you want me to tell you the exact number?
Sure.
Pull up the Aura app. You see, the thing with the show is like, usually I know there's a finish line, and I can just roll to the finish line. Last night, I got 3 hours and 56 minutes.
That's more than I thought.
Yeah, it's more than I thought, too. I went to bed at 2:51, and I got up at 7:17.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Pounded out a story.
Last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find
that.
that
Was
on-
impressive turnaround. Were you just did you have some of that ready to go?
No, I didn't know who they were picking. Yeah. No, I got back. We had the press conference, and I just kind of like stream of consciousness thoughts, right? And then, posted posted Les's story. So that kind of set me. It actually didn't set me back that much. It doesn't take that long to post a story, put a picture up, but and then I wrote it. I didn't do a really thorough editing job. I just kind of read through it once at that point, and then usually I'm like wired. I think the minute I went into bed, I passed out. So
yeah, that's good.
One of those nights.
Cole Bishop and Ennis Rakestraw, the Missouri corner, the last two players off the board.
Don't get it with Cole Bishop, do you?
I don't all the way get it either, but I also didn't do the world's most work on Cole Bishop. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm a little skeptical as well. People did love, and there's the super chat here from MJ, enjoyed Zach's tweet being featured in Micah Parsons' viral freakout last night.
Yeah, shout out to Adam Lefko. Adam Lefko is an old friend of mine, good friend of mine. We went to college together. Grew up that way, Adam.
New Jersey?
No, north, east.
Okay.
Just kind of like north, but like Bucks County.
Okay.
So
Okay.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam's great. And shout out to Adam. He's not watching right now. He's doing a show, I imagine. But I'll say as a friend, I was so pumped during March Madness seeing Adam on the set there. He did great. Watch every NBA show he does. And I used to listen on Sundays to Adam's radio show on Z89, and to see where he's back at Syracuse. He was working, I think, in Hastings, Nebraska. And
I'm back. Haloti Nana walking onto the stage to deliver the Ravens second round pick.
Yeah, we had dinner down in Tampa covering the NCAA basketball tournament. I was at the Star Ledger. Shout out to Star Ledger. He was in Louisville at the time. But so Adam was on that set there and put that tweet up. I don't know how that tweet got up, but people were pumped about Micah Parsons. I was pumped about Adam Lefko. I'll put it that way.
So that's how Micah Parsons learned that Mitchell was the pick for the Eagles?
Yep.
That's great.
And shout out to Stark for putting it in our Slack.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some other of our friends as Roger Rosengarten goes off the board to
your
the
boy.
Baltimore Ravens at 62. Let's talk about our friends at Miller Lite because, it's Friday night. It's 9:15. Watching the draft, hanging out with us. You got these guys right here. I mean, time to suck one back. Because a lot has changed over the years, and one thing that hasn't is the great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed is that it's less filling, and it's the original recipe, baby. Miller Lite sparked this debate in 1975, and they still haven't settled it. Great taste, less filling. Great taste, less filling. People are ripping each other's clothes off. You remember the commercials? Guess what? You guys remember the commercials? Come on. The original light beer since 1975 and only 96 calories. What could be better than that? Sucking them back and you're not setting yourself back because it's only 96 calories. Miller Lite keeps it simple. It's the beer that strips away everything you don't need and holds on to what matters most. It is a light beer that tastes like beer, less filling and only 96 calories. The original light beer since 1975. You don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling. Tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/PHLY birds, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
I was watching the Anthony Gargano show today, and I saw JP give a good ad read about our friends at TrueMark, and I said, "Great job doing that," because what we really need to do is tell our audience about TrueMark Financial Credit Union. It's so great that we're partnering with them here because when you join a credit union like TrueMark Financial, you become a part owner, which means profit comes back to you instead of going to shareholders. Better rates, lower fees, a better return on savings, and more flexible options with all the same digital tools and tech that make our lives easier. TrueMark has local roots. They're headquartered in Fort Washington, where Julia went to high school, with 24 branches in the Philly area. They serve our community and our people right here at home. Becoming a member of a credit union has so many benefits over being a customer at a bank. It's a total no-brainer. Head over to TrueMark.com/PHLY to learn more or find a branch near you. That's TrueMark.com/PHLY. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Zach, this is a pick that you banged. You had it in the first round. It's happening in the second round.
Kingsley
Suamataia.
Okay.
Andy Reid getting a BYU offensive lineman.
Yes, I think what I wrote there was a match made in heaven, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Shout out to Dallas Reynolds and all the old BYU linemen that he has. BYU lineman going to a former BYU lineman. I liked Kingsley. I thought Kingsley could sneak into the end of the first round. I think good draft from the Chiefs to get Xavier Worthy and Kingsley here. I think he can push the start right away, actually. And if they hit on this, man, that offense is just going to keep getting better. So good job. I actually think Brett Veach deserves a lot of credit. We always talk about Andy Reid. Brett Veach has done a real good job drafting, finding players. I'm impressed with the work that Brett Veach has done in Kansas City and sometimes doesn't fully get the credit that he deserves. Nothing against him, but because Andy's such a strong person that, strong figure there and Patrick Mahomes. But I think Brett Veach continues to have good drafts.
Well said. How you feeling, Rich?
I'm feeling good. I had a question for you guys, just because you guys have a better grasp for kind of the entire NFL and how the drafts have gone over the years. How have the Eagles done on day 2, I guess, compared to the rest of the NFL? Because it seems like to me, most of their hits in recent years have been these interior offensive linemen. That's been the guy. Landon Dixon. I mean, in fairness, they had the one huge hit with Jalen Hurts as well, too. But, are they good on this day or?
So I actually think, it's interesting you ask that because, one thing that's come up is that they haven't been good picking in the 20s, right? And the response to that is, well, obviously it's harder to pick in the 20s than the top 15, top 10. But my counter to that is they're really good picking at the top of the second round, which in theory should be harder than picking in the 20s, right? And they've done a good job. Zach Ertz was an early second round pick. Landon Dickerson was an early second round pick. But then you get in the middle of the second round. I mean, Jalen Hurts was a good second-round pick. I mean, you go back.
Say so.
What's that?
I
Yeah.
would say so.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Landon Dickerson was I said Landon Dickerson. You go back to LaShawn McCoy, good second-round pick. There are
Deshaun
Jackson, good second-round pick. I mean, the Eagles have done a real good job, I think, drafting in the second round. And third round has been a little more inconsistent. It gets harder, but I actually think second round, correct me if I'm wrong here, but second round's kind of been a sweet spot for the Eagles.
They have generally done well in the second round. I mean, even their misses have been of the Trevor Laws,
okay,
or Michael Kendricks, who's still got a second contract, right?
Like Jordan Matthews was that was decent production in the second round for you.
They've done a pretty good job in the second round.
Like you said, Kendricks, Curry. Curry gave him decent.
JJ, we forget about JJ.
JJ was. I mean, Miles Sanders worked out okay, but yeah, JJ was a miss for sure.
Goddard, we haven't talked about.
Goddard was a good second round pick. Yeah,
pretty good track record.
Absolutely. So because I always hear that
Sidney Jones, somebody brings up.
Sidney Jones. I actually know Howie's really not proud of that. For obvious reasons, for that 2017 class, because he gets a lot of compliments for that 2017 offseason, and it was the best offseason I've ever covered. But his counter to that sometimes, like his self-deprecating counter, is he wishes he did the draft better that year.
I would say that you could make a case that the 2022 offseason was a better offseason.
Yeah, I mean AJ Maxwell. I'm sorry, not Maxwell. Bradbury, AJ Bradbury, and CJ Gardner-Johnson trades. I would go with Alshon. Nick Foles is the backup quarterback. Chris Long, Patrick Robinson. Trading for Tim Jernigan. LeGarrette Blount. Their moves on the margins were better in 2017. Their high-profile moves were better in 2020. Yeah. And you probably win with your high-leverage moves more than your moves on the margins.
Interesting comparison.
The Darby trade. Yeah.
Kaiser White.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like they are doing a good job on this day.
I was saying I was talking to someone earlier today about the show, and I'm like, I don't want to complain at all, because I was saying it's hard to do 4 hours on air, and I'm like, there's radio people who do this every day, but the thing is, they have commercial breaks.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Yeah.
I'm actually starting to feel it.
Yeah, it's because the remark I was saying is, I was like, I don't have enough words in me. I think sometimes I try to make a cogent point, and I'm like, where am I going with this? I start but it is fun. I guess.
I'm having a great time, but yes, I would agree. I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah.
Were you feeling it last night?
I would say by the end of last night, a little bit. I felt like my mouth was not catching up to my brain at some point. What's that called? Brain?
Tomorrow's going to be hard.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be long.
Yes.
I think we're going to need to play a little Immaculate Grid tic-tac-toe at some point.
Yeah,
just to
true.
Pass the time.
We can ask Les his Embiid thoughts. That will help us out. Yeah.
We could have a mailbag.
I would love that. You want to know why? Because if you have a pizza restaurant and the customers don't like the pizza.
Okay. Renardo Green.
Surprise you a little early?
Yeah, the Niners continue to have a very weird draft board, huh? Renardo Green.
Yeah, you know how on the East Coast they say they watch the West Coast games and that gives them the advantage? Apparently in California they watch the Florida game. They watch the games in Florida and that gives them an advantage.
They wake up so early.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, well, we have gotten to the point where the Eagles are on the crawl.
The PHI.
Yep. As the third round begins. 14, 13 picks away. Junior Colson's still on the board, Zach. What do you make of that?
That would be an interest. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Go get him.
Responding to my wife.
Better than responding to someone else's wife.
Yeah, I suppose so. But yeah, I would say Junior Colson does surprise me. He's floating there. I mean, that's an interesting name. I think he's someone who I know Jimmy Kempski had him mocked in the second round to the Eagles. I know Les Bowen was interested in him to the second round to the Eagles. So if he's hanging around, not a pick I would object to. Whenever you can take the leading tackler on Michigan back-to-back years, national championship team, college football playoffs the year before, that shows that guy can play. And certainly from a height, weight, like the size perspective, he's different than what the Eagles have had. 6'3", 245-pound linebacker, stop the run, who can cover tight ends. There's something to like there for sure.
Yeah, it was sort of like the Colson, Edgerrin Cooper. Like Colson would be replacing Nakobe Dean in theory, whereas Edgerrin Cooper would be taking Devin White's spot. Right. Super chat from Vince wants to know where you think Justin Simmons ends up.
Yeah, he's kind of hanging around. He'll probably see what depth charts look like after the fact here. Not a lot of safeties have gone. Is that right?
That's true. Only 2, I believe.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like depth charts were materially affected.
3, rather. Newman, Bullard, and Cole Bishop.
Yeah. So but I don't think Philadelphia would answer if that's part of the question. Thanks for watching, Vince.
Vince loves the draft.
No, he loves it.
That's true. That's true. A lot of his guys are still out there.
Kieran Amagaji.
Yeah. Isaac Arendo.
Yeah. I think Isaac Arendo is going to be out there for a little bit longer.
Is Jaden Hicks gone?
No, he's still there. Top.
Okay.
Saved you on the board.
Okay.
Jonah Elliss, the chosen one, still on the board. Could be a possibility. Roman Wilson, your boy, still on the board. Troy Franklin, our friend, still on the board.
Yeah. A lot of waitists here, huh?
I got to cross out Roger Rosengarten. Forgot to do that.
How's your shadow draft, by the way? I haven't asked you.
It's going.
Can you tell me who your first 2 picks were?
Well, if I'm sticking true to the board, it would have been Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Interesting. Okay.
Now, the McKinstry one's tough because he was sticking out as a first-round grade, so I would have had to do it.
Something I actually had in my, I was going to say my notes. It was more in my head that I want to ask you. I'll ask both of you. We discussed it in passing in real time because so much was going on last night. Seeing the terms of the Dallas Turner trade, would you have done that?
Yeah, they gave up a lot.
I would
not have done that.
You would not. Okay. So let's pull up what that trade was because they traded up from 23, right? Right after the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Vikings, Jaguars trade. I will pull up the exact terms here. The Vikings gave up, they gave up the number 23 pick, a 2024 5th-round pick, a 2025 3rd-round pick, and a 2025 4th-round pick. So to move up 5 spots, they gave up a 3rd and a 4th next year and a 5th this year to get the player who we agree and are you on board with us here? We agreed was the top edge rusher in the draft and someone who was like a potential difference maker. That's a major haul. It's not an apples for apples thing. The Eagles don't have a 4th-round pick next year to give up. They do have an extra. They could have given up maybe 2 5th-rounders this year. So what if the trade was 22, 2 of their 5th-rounders, and their 3rd-rounder next year? Would you have done that?
I might have done that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, and that's if you think a 5th-rounder next year is worth a 4th-rounder next year. And the other part, too, is this. You always kind of do these things after the fact because you never know in real time. Had you known that Cooper DeJean, like, that you could potentially get Cooper DeJean on day 2, then obviously the appeal of Dallas Turner would be even more from where I stand. But even in real time, like I thought that was a big haul. That was a big deal. But I think Dallas Turner's the kind of guy, like if you're Minnesota, you're coming away with a potential difference maker at edge rusher. And that's a premium position.
I would have been tempted to do it, no doubt about it, for the reasons that we talked about. I also think the way to frame it is as Malachi Corley goes off the board to the Jets. How do you feel about that, Chris?
I like it.
Popping an ollie pop back there.
I'd rather
A celebratory alley pop for the Jets pick.
Take an offensive lineman in the first round because wide receivers so deep. Take someone like Malachi Corley
Smart.
in the third. Don't like that they had to trade up for him.
How high up did they go?
They went from. They went from. Where'd they go? Yeah, they went up to the 66. So the first, but they went up from like something in the 70s, 66.
Okay.
They gave up something else. Oh, here it is. They gave up 72 and 157 to go to 65.
That's not that bad. Yeah. So the Jets taking Malachi Corley and the Cardinals taking Trey Benson, according to Connor Hughes. I think the Quinyon Mitchell of it, like part of the parsing of why Howie was so unexcited, I guess, is the way to read it. But it's fair to say that the Eagles were not like head over heels in love with Quinyon Mitchell, because if they were and they thought they needed a corner, they would have traded up a couple spots, right?
Yeah.
If they really, really, really wanted him more than Terry and Arnold, it's fair to read that they had them relatively on the same level, right?
Oh yeah, I don't think Quinyon Mitchell was like what their last 3 first-round picks were like.
Yeah.
I think that even though we talk about tiers, I think that like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Devontae Smith, even though we did talk 3 years ago about J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain, I think those were 3 guys who, like, in their scenarios, they were devising ways to come out with those 3 guys, right? This year, now you heard Jeffrey Lurie on the phone call said he didn't think he would be there at 22. But to Bo's point, this was not someone they felt they need to trade up for. The last 3 years, these were guys that they were willing to give up, like 4th round picks or more, or something else to trade up to acquire. So, yeah, that doesn't mean I think they really like Quinyon Mitchell. They clearly thought he was the best corner in the draft, but I don't think they viewed it with the same framing as Carter, Davis, and Smith.
The Jets taking tackle Caden Wallace.
They had back-to-back picks?
I'm sorry, not the Jets, the Patriots.
The Patriots. No, Caden Wallace, local-ish.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, local-ish. He's from Jersey. Sicklersville, is that right? Let me pull this up here, Caden Wallace.
I believe you.
That's very local.
Yeah. No, Robbinsville. I'm sorry. Robbinsville. So more of the Princeton area.
Oh, that's local-ish. Yeah,
local-ish.
Right.
Local-ish. Not necessarily in the Enquirer's coverage base, but local-ish. He went to the Hun School. Well-educated. Big recruit by Penn State.
Nice. I would have probably done that for Dallas Turner, but just for him. He would have been the guy who kind of the one game wrecker on the board, and obviously the Eagles, they don't have maybe an immediate need for that, but I think that certainly would strengthen their roster right now. I mean, it would be awesome to have Dallas Turner and Cooper DeJean on their team.
Sure, exactly. Yeah.
I'm saying it wrong. DeJean?
Apparently.
DeJean, yeah.
Yeah. I would give up 2 5th-round picks and a 3rd rounder next year to get Dallas Turner. That's, to me, that would have been worth it. But I like what the Eagles have done. That said, I would not feel the same way if they didn't come out of day 2 with a corner. I think corner was a position that, like, they wanted to hit. So the fact that the gene slipped, and you don't know that's going to happen, right? That's the thing. It's one of these after the fact things. Whenever I do my fantasy baseball auction, I'm like, oh, now that I see that guy went for, Jose Ramirez went for the same as Manny Machado in my league, and I'm like, well, if I knew Machado was going to go for this, I would have just paid that money to Jose Ramirez, right? You operate with the information at hand. You can't make these decisions after the fact.
Brandon Coleman.
Yeah,
from
the guy the Eagles liked.
Yeah, brought him in.
I do feel like you're getting a little tired. You yawn there. You're not a typical yawner on screen.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope someone screenshot that because I see Andy Reid's mustache. I didn't know what that was for a while. I'm like, what is this?
I had no idea
Yeah,
what that was
that's
for a
me.
very long time.
That's me yawning at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope we've really built this
Wow.
audience.
Yeah.
I thought that was Tim Robinson. Honestly,
Yeah, it took me a
from that-
very
oh, yeah.
long time to realize that was you.
Yeah. So Bo,
wow.
in an odd social experiment, would always have us do these 3 a.m. pods, and I would be exhausted. Actually, I've told this. Look, we're on the air for like 4 hours. I think 15 hours this weekend. So I'll share this story. The first road game I covered with Bo, okay, was Eagles Falcons 2019. My first year at the Athletic, okay, because there was a preseason game that year. I went to Jacksonville. I don't think Bo went to that. So we
Split it up.
Yeah. And we did a post game pod, but I kind of I wrote after the pod. Okay. Anyways, this Atlanta trip, we go and it was a night game, and so the night game during the regular season later than the night game during preseason. Preseason's like a 7:00. Regular season you're looking at 8:20. Okay. Game ends. All right. I write my column, my story.
This is 2019, right?
2019. Bo is I think Bo had like a 6 or 7 a.m. flight. Okay. And I knew they did late night pods, him and Shield. I didn't quite know what he meant by late night. And I'm just like waiting. And then I'm like, don't you have a flight? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go straight to the airport. Like, I'm just gonna get my bags. I'm not going to sleep. And I'm like, wait, you're not going to sleep? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. And then and so like 3 a.m. we do this pod, and you know, I sound like an old school guy now. I'm conditioned from the Andy Reid days. Andy Reid used to have his press conferences at noon, and they were in person. This wasn't like the Zoom era. And so you take the first flight out in whatever city. So I was taking an early morning flight as well. And I remember being like, I got 90 minutes of sleep because of this. Oh, and by the way, the pod went like 2 hours. Okay. And
It's the first game of the Sirianni era, right?
yeah, we were talking about all types of
No.
No,
It was
no,
the
no.
game where
It was the
didn't
Doug Peterson
Aguilar
era.
have a
Yeah,
drop at the end of the game?
Drop, yeah.
Doug Peterson era. Yeah.
I mean, we should specify he dropped it in
yeah.
Atlanta. Yeah,
It was the
there
unlike
a few of
Aguilar.
those
It
games.
was
No, I think it was it the week before the unlike Aguilar game?
was unlike Aguilar Dallas.
I thought it was Detroit. I couldn't
No,
be wrong.
I think it was Atlanta, the
Okay.
left sideline. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, he
that
dropped.
might be
Yeah,
it,
the left sideline, Atlanta. Yeah, I remember that game. And so, and then Bo's Bo's talking to me about how I spent the day in Atlanta. Okay, I went to the College
Football Hall of Fame.
I went to the
remember
College
this,
Football
yeah.
Hall of Fame, and
My
I'm
man
trying
is
to be
rolling
polite.
around
Like I'm
Centennial
so,
Park.
yeah, I'm so excited to work with Bo. I'm so excited for this new job. Like I didn't even know the podcast was a part of this job before I got it. Like my job interview, they never mentioned the podcast at all. And I'm like, it's 3 a.m. We're talking about the College Football Hall of Fame. And he's just rolling with it and asking me all kinds of questions. And little did I know, this was like the earliest end time that we had all year. So I was at recently, shout out to Lee if you're watching, because Lee said I didn't bring up, what was the thing I went to in
Medieval Times.
Yeah, to Medieval Times.
I
Yeah.
wanna get into it.
So I went to Medieval Times and I said, we're driving up, and I say, that courtyard there, I stayed in that courtyard. And Emily's like, how do you know you stayed in that courtyard? And I was like, we did the post-game pod after the Eagles-Giants game in
It was the regular season finale.
yeah, the regular season finale in 2020. 22? No, 21.
21.
Yeah, 2021. And I'm like, I remember that pod being at like 4 a.m. Yeah. So anyways, that's a little deviation, but
What's the latest pod you've ever done, Bo?
I think the Super Bowl.
I think the first Super Bowl,
Yeah.
the 2017 Super
Yeah.
Bowl with Shield, we finished it at like 7 in the morning and then went right to the airport. Or I did at least.
The thing I remember walking out of the Super Bowl, that was so unbelievably cold in Minneapolis.
Oh yeah, it was.
Oh my God. I mean, but it actually wasn't the coldest I was ever in Minneapolis. 2013, the Eagles played the Vikings, of course. Deshaun Jackson had a huge game. He also bickered with Bob Bicknell on the sideline. That was the coldest.
yeah.
That was the coldest I've ever been.
Great sentence. Bickered with Bob Bicknell.
Thank you. The things you come up with on hour 4 of the show, right? And so, but I remember I was walking with Tim McManus we were at like the Midtown Marriott. They were at the Metrodome at the time. The new stadium wasn't built, and you had to walk outside to get there. And it was I'm trying to be like tough, but I went to Syracuse. It was the coldest I'd ever been. Was that? But the Super Bowl. The thing with the Super Bowl is I wasn't outside, right?
No, but I will say I took the shuttle from the hotel, which was literally just across the parking lot from Mall of America. I was such a wimp. 3 out of the 5 days, I think I took the shuttle, even though it was
right there. Yeah.
600 yards away.
Yeah.
It was nothing, but it was that cold.
It was very cold.
That's why
Flexing the Inquire expense account here. I had a rental car, so I was able to go. Yeah. So
wait, did you drive it from the hotel?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Junior Colson and Andrew Phillips.
There's a draft going on here, right? So
I'm happy to get back to the stories.
Right.
I'm just
I'm trying to carry us here. Typically, I can rely on you. I see how tired you are. How much sleep did you get last night?
You know what's also going on is I've been leaning towards the middle, and so now like half my body is like sore. I gotta like work this out a little bit.
This podcasting's a young man's game.
Yeah.
So you know what's interesting about this show is I used to say to Bo that my best pods were when I couldn't see myself on this, when I couldn't see myself on the screen.
Yeah.
You know, when we do our in-person stuff at like the combine, I didn't have a screen in front of me, right? When you're doing Zoom, you're kind of looking at yourself on the screen here. So to take our audience into the room here, and we have an amazing staff. I just want to give a shout out to everyone here is doing an awesome job. The TV where we typically would see ourselves is actually in the left corner. So when I did the Fran interview, I had to look over here like I'm doing right now. The TV with the draft is right in front of me. So when I'm talking to you guys, I have no idea how crazy I'm looking. Similar to being secretly recorded and been put up there, and your shirt tail's not in, and it's like it's like a fashion faux pas. It's like it's unprofessional to have your shirt hanging out there. But yeah, so it's probably comparable to that. Like, you know, you don't know what you look like or what. Yeah. Now this, I know I'm being recorded. That, I mean, I had no idea I was being recorded. I feel violated, but yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Joey, I don't hold it against you. I hold it against Bo. Yeah.
It wasn't my idea.
That was Julia's idea?
Yeah.
To record it just for our purposes to see it. It wasn't my idea to put it on, Bo. That's on you. That's on you.
There's a lot of passing the buck going on here.
I gotta say, I've known Julia for 20 years. So I'm 38. So not 20 years. I've known her for 18 years. Or no. Sorry, my math's all over. 28 years. Okay. I've known Julia for 28 years. All right. I've never said a bad word about Julia my entire life. Ever. Like, I can honestly say.
Well, you don't say a lot of bad words about anybody.
Yeah, but in particular, Julia, right? I'm a little miffed that I was secretly recording.
Understandable.
There's
nothing bad about it. I do have to say the sharpness of the Zach on the banner. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, shout out to Staples. Yeah.
Really high quality work. They also got it done. Like, there's a noon deadline for same day, and I called. I was like, can I still get this done for the same day at 2:00? Well, yeah, we'll get it done for you. So pretty impressive stuff.
I'm gonna be back in 90 seconds, maybe 60 seconds. I don't know. I'm back quickly.
Okay. Junior Colson goes off the board, going to play for his buddy Jim Harbaugh, his old coach. That's an interesting one. And then Andrew Phillips going to the New York Jets as we get about 10 picks away now from the Eagles being on the board. So it will not be Junior Colson. I'm thinking,
who did you like
guess
more?
Offensive line.
Did you do any work on the linebackers? Did you like Colson or Cooper more?
Colson. I think more predictable what you're going to get. There's probably a higher floor and maybe a lower ceiling, whereas Edgerrin Cooper is more of a wide range.
Do you think linebacker is a position where you can coach up the guy with tools, or I feel like I'm biased.
No, I get
just 'cause of the
skeptical
Eagles.
about that. Yeah, I want at least 2 years of having been a starter in college as just a baseline thing for a linebacker. And there are some guys in this draft who don't have that. Now, Edgerrin Cooper does have that. It's just he's used in a slightly different way. So, nice to see Jim Harbaugh so happy getting his guy. Who's got it better than him? See if you can hear Zach from the other room. Nobody. So that's exciting.
So is that's the second linebacker off the board, I guess.
That is the second linebacker off the board. So let's see. What would be
Peyton
like
Wilson's
the
still
most? There? What if we're gonna try to refit this narrative here? Like if the Eagles if this is a Howie doing like I'm not who you think I am draft. Like I've got 2 corners at the top. What could I do now? And would it be Jeremiah Trotter Jr.?
I think it would be the splashy linebacker, and I think that's probably either Peyton Wilson just because of his talent and the injury risk, or Jeremiah Trotter Jr. just for the Philadelphia and familiarity of it all.
Zach, what do you think? What would be if this is a continued narrative spin from Howie? He's taking the 2 corners. What would be the big thing he does here?
Well, I caught the tail
Trot
end of
Jr.?
that linebacker, but Trot Jr. in particular. But taking a linebacker, I mean, I think what the fans wanted, and I'll defer to you on this, is secondary help and linebacker this year. That's what I kept hearing. They did not want offensive line, right? Or I shouldn't say they generally, right? Some people want pineapple pizza, some people want to punch you in the face. But I would say that
You're on fire.
but yeah, I think linebacker and corner were the positions most people wanted. And Trot Jr. would just be like right up the alley.
Yes.
I've been on record saying I don't think they do the Trot Jr. thing, but who knows? Howie's not conferring with me. I can tell you that.
We'll go through some of the names again, play the name game. Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, probably the top guys at wide receiver. Ja'Tavion Sanders could be interesting at tight end. The tackle pickings are relatively slim.
Mm-hmm.
Kieran Amagaji. You could do Zach Zinter if you wanted. Cooper Beebe still on the board. Christian Haynes, Dominic Puny, Christian Mahogany, and Tanner Bordolini. My guy Jonah Elliss. And as we talked about, Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, and Peyton Wilson. There's our big board there. Troy Franklin standing out like a sore thumb. Cooper Beebe, Ja'Tavion Sanders, Jonah Elliss. Roman Wilson could be interesting here. If you want to go with a wide receiver, that's like an interesting fit with the type of receivers that they have.
That's true. I mean, he'd step in and be a day one slot for you.
Would that be the type of receiver they're looking for? Just a slot receiver when you're at this point and maybe, the talent level isn't first round and, you can overwhelm teams with talent. You want somebody in the slot?
I actually think someone who can play the X. I think a big body X receiver to take over for Devontae Parker. But I do think
fire.
If
so good.
If AJ went down, like this is what they need to think about. If AJ went down, how will the offense function? And I'm not saying that you're obviously not going to get a 3rd round pick who can replace AJ Brown. But the reason, so I did a mock draft and I had the Eagles with the 3rd round pick because I had them trading up in the 1st round. One of the 2nd round picks moving back. They ended up doing that in the 2nd round. But I had Tez Walker, and he's not a guy who's been linked to them. But Tez Walker's a guy who can play the outside. Some of the data points that the Eagles like, he's exceptional at. And he ran well. I thought he can be a better version of Quez Watkins for them. But
what are the data points they like for a receiver?
Well, like his broad jump, his vertical. Some of these advanced.
Is broad jump a receiver thing too? I know that's the line.
Well, I think that's across the board, right? Because if you just look at like the percentiles, it's not like the same broad jump metric. But if you're a high percentile in that across the board, then it's showing a combination, as Fran explained to us 2 Mondays ago, of like athleticism and power, right? So
yes,
and power is different than strength.
Go through some super chats. Vince says, if we scroll down, we already got the Justin Simmons one. Oh, no, that's not a Vince one. First of all, let's start with Idiot Sandwich. Zach, is medieval times a good food city?
All right, so I shared on the show that my brothers like to tease me a lot, all the time. Okay,
this is a great story.
And so before I go anywhere, I researched like the menu and the food and the reviews, and I heard that they have great garlic bread. All right, so I'm driving up to Medieval Times. I went up there with my family. We all went together. That was for the kids and like my brothers, my cousins, all that. It was a great time. The kids enjoyed it. And anyways,
shout out to Lee,
yeah, for organizing it. And so on the drive up, I'm saying, like, I hear they have great garlic bread. And so I get there, and then they serve the garlic bread, and the waitress keeps coming back to me and saying, these guys up here say that you love our garlic bread and you want extra garlic bread. And like, I'm like, so if you looked at my plate, I had like a pile of like 8 pieces of garlic bread. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with all this garlic bread? First off, I'm not going to consume all this garlic bread. Second, the tomato soup that they give you or whatever, which by the way, they don't give you any utensils. You got to drink the soup. You can also scoop it up with the garlic bread. I don't have enough tomato soup to scoop up the garlic bread, okay? And, like, I can say this now. It's not, like, exceptional garlic bread, right? It's, like, it's essentially just Texas toast,
yes.
Right? No offense, Medieval Times. So I was really excited for this garlic bread, and I was a little underwhelmed by, it was fine garlic bread, but whoever these Yelp reviewers who are talking about this garlic bread as if it was, like, the end-all, be-all, I gotta say, like, let's chill with the garlic bread.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
What a great job by your brothers.
Oh yeah, this waitress, like, and like she kept coming over with the garlic bread, and I'm not the type of person who's like, no, I'm good. I'm like, oh, thank you very much, thank you. And she's like, and she just keeps rolling with it, and like my brothers are like getting a kick out of this behind, like they're sitting behind me, right? And I was in a row with like 3 kids. Okay, and none of them were eating their garlic bread. And so I think at one point, like the waitress is like, "Do you want to eat their garlic bread?" I'm like, "No, I'm good with the garlic bread," and I didn't want to be rude there. Okay, so that's my Medieval Times story. Yeah,
that's a great story.
It's really a great story.
Yeah.
James wants to know what's most likely: linebacker, edge, wide receiver, or offensive line.
I would say offensive line. Like my pick here is going to be Cooper Beebe if he's there. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say.
They brought him in. Do we have the graphic of the pre-draft visits? Because there's a few guys still available. Cooper Beebe among them. Well, we don't have to worry about the corners there. Zach Zinter available. We talked about him. Christian Mahogany available. Adisa Isaac available if you wanted to go for an edge. Jalyx Hunt, who Zach has talked about. And so if it's going to be a pre-draft visit guy, Trevin Wallace as well, the linebacker from Kentucky. So I feel like I'm with you. I think BB the most likely here, although Jonah Elliss, Roman Wilson are guys who I think could, if they're going to go off of offensive line or off of offensive line, some interesting options.
Sure. I think there is a drop off at edge rusher. We said this is not a great edge rusher class.
Yeah.
But Jonah Elliss was a guy Bo and I both liked.
It's a big 5 picks for Tyler Steen here.
That's true.
Well framed.
Well framed.
He's rooting for Cooper Beebe.
And this is right about the area where he went last year.
No, he's not rooting for Cooper Beebe.
No, he's rooting for Cooper Beebe to go
ahead of the Eagles. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
He wants Super Dave to pick him right here. Let's see.
Super Dave. Nope. Oh, they go Trevin Wallace.
Trevin Wallace, linebacker.
Oh, by the way, what did we make, Zach, of the David Tepper incident?
Oh, someone sent me this. I didn't watch the video.
You didn't watch the video?
No, but
let's watch it live.
Shout out to Tom, and I didn't respond to this text. Okay, Tom, who I referenced yesterday, the friend of mine from Charlotte, good friend of mine, friends of Julia's.
Julia doesn't remember
as well. She sent me he sent me Shield's text, or Shield's tweet rather, about the Dilworth Grill, and he said, "You've been there, you, me, and my man Larry."
Really?
Yes.
You've been to that restaurant?
Yes, with Tom. As I said,
Really?
whenever I'm in
History.
Charlotte, I get together with Tom.
Great food.
And we went to the Dilworth Plaza
Really?
or the Dilworth Grill. Yeah, Dilworth Grill.
Well, what was Tom's take on the entire interaction then?
I didn't respond. I had to respond. I was driving, and shout out to
Okay.
Shio. I don't respond when I drive,
Okay.
but yeah,
I mean, the most unhinged behavior you can imagine.
So explain what happened here. He
There's a sign outside that says, like, let the GM and coach pick the players
Okay.
this year. And he pulls over with his henchmen.
so he wasn't even occupying the restaurant.
No.
He just saw the sign and walked in.
Yeah, and he walks in and
with like a literal henchman too.
he pulls the hat off this guy's head. And
Oh,
it looks like it's actually an Eagles hat.
If I can interject,
We've traded
Dallas
up?
Cowboys draft Kansas State offensive lineman Cooper Beebe.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Steen pumping his fist.
Yep.
So he rips the hat off the guy, which is insane behavior. And he's talking about the sign out there. And then he gets all huffy. And then eventually he shakes hands and walks away. It's like absolutely
Yeah.
preposterous.
Yeah, what's he doing now? He is famous for having
Yeah.
the
The brass balls.
brass balls, I just asked. But yeah, come on. I mean, there's a way to comport yourself. Now, I don't know the full story, but
There's not much more. I mean,
okay.
there's a way to comport yourself, and that ain't it.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I mean, like when this guy took over, I thought he was just going to be like a pretty boring owner, like takes over for Richardson. I mean, his like past year,
Wild
just
stuff.
terribly run team, getting in fights with
Yeah.
multiple fans.
I just want to point out that, like, I mean, and not to like defend Jeffrey Lurie or like pick on Philly fans, or Philly media for that part, but like Jeffrey Lurie said gold standard in a press conference one time, and it was like used against him for like 2 decades,
Yeah.
right? You have owners who literally can't control themselves, who like in the workplace and in the public, like do all kinds of crazy things. Like I would imagine that comparatively speaking and like literally speaking, when you look at the success of the Eagles, there should be appreciation for the run that Jeffrey Lurie has had here.
David Tepper
Yeah.
just starting fights in Jetro
Yeah.
lot before games. If he was the Eagles owner, yeah, it would be pretty ugly. I mean, especially too because like Charlotte does not scream like a terribly tough media or fan market.
It's not. Shout out to Joe Person, but it's not, and Mike K. But it's not if I didn't mention Mike K, but I would have to mention. But
Sure.
shout out to Joe and Mike.
He sent you a good text today.
Yeah. So Chris,
Braylon Trice, the edge rusher from
Chris
Washington.
who's doing an awesome job with our social media. Make sure you guys are following all our accounts on on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok. We're well represented, and that's a credit to Chris. And so
Face talk and
yeah, sound like Belichick here.
yeah.
So it was captioning a
When you broke the story last night.
when I talked about the pick. And what did I say? I said, let me pull the exact thing up here. There's a screenshot of me saying these balls, and it's just that. It's just these balls on the screen and me talking. This is what it looks like, Rich. Yeah. So good job by Mike K. But yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. You were talking about Charlotte. It's not a tough.
No, we talked a little bit about Charlotte last
Okay.
night, but we didn't know that David Tepper's reign of terror would continue. What did he do? He threw a drink at somebody in the stands?
Yeah. Well, we're just unhinged, this guy.
He's passionate.
Oh, you like that behavior?
No, I clearly don't like
Yeah.
that behavior. Yeah.
All right, 4 picks to go.
Okay. Yeah. Let's talk
Chicago
Eagles.
at 75, Las Vegas at 76. No, sorry, Denver at 76, Las Vegas at 77, and Philadelphia at 78. What are we thinking? No Beebe. Beebe is gone. Christian Haynes, Dominic Puni, Christian Mahogany, Jatavian Sanders, Jonah Elliss, the chosen one.
What do you think they
Jaden
think
Hicks.
of Kieran Ameji?
Amagaji.
Yeah.
Good question. I feel like 3rd round might be rich for them.
Now, the one thing about him is he has guard and tackle experience, right? So there's some flexibility there. And the arms, 36-inch arms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think they're probably leaning offense here just because they've taken 2 defense. Don't you think? Just knowing
Yeah.
the way
But
that
I thought
how
they
he
would lean
operates.
offensive line. I got to say, and
I think it might be Roman Wilson. What about
Okay.
Troy Franklin?
I mean, you don't have to sell me on that. If they came out of this draft, if they came out of day 2 with Cooper Cooper DeJean and Troy Franklin, I mean, I would say Howie. Like, I was on record on both these guys, so I can't rip on you now. I'm not. Yeah.
Wrote about Troy Franklin earlier today.
What's that?
You wrote about Troy Franklin earlier today.
I did. I think.
Who else is left from your list from today?
From my list from today, let me pull this up here. So I put it in categories.
Roman Wilson.
Yeah. So the categories was improve your offense. So let me pull this up. Because I tried taking a page out of Bo's book and being creative and not just like listing names, but I said value is too good to be true. Let's trade up. Put Cooper DeJean, A.D. Mitchell, Johnny Newton. Okay? They traded up for Cooper DeJean. Let's make the offense more dynamic. Troy Franklin, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson's still available. Troy Franklin's still available. Could they actually take a linebacker in the second round? Now we're in the third round, but that's Edge Cooper, Junior Colson, Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson's still on the board. Time to start thinking about a future offensive tackle. I had Kingsley. I had Blake Fisher. I had Kieran Amagaji, and I had Roger Rosengarten. A plug-and-play guard. I had Cooper Beebe and Jackson Powers Johnson. I want to get to this in a second. And then the stick it to the Cowboys pick was Jonathan Brooks. The reason I didn't have more guards, and maybe I spend so much time with Bo that he's rubbing off on me here, which is good because I want to learn more about offensive line from Bo. I don't love some of these like guard profiles. She's like 24-year-olds.
So many of them.
Yeah.
Now it is the one position where that doesn't matter as much.
Sure, but it's like
it's true.
I just feel like it's like a replacement level player, right? At that point, like is this really a guy who's going to be a core starter for you?
Oh no!
Who went off the board? Jonah.
Olivia Reiner. Shout out to Olivia for breaking this news to me.
Oh, she's doing great work.
By the way, has gone to the Denver Broncos. Well,
yeah. Do you have the outfit?
I don't have it on me, but
Okay.
Howie, this is going to be an F. This weekend is going to be an F. He's right there. He's sitting right there. This is the chance. This is the chance to right the wrong. The original sin. Jonah Elliss goes away. That's too bad. I think Jonah Elliss is a very good prospect.
I'd consider a moment of silence for him.
You know what? Let's bow our heads. I think we could all use maybe like 60 seconds off.
That'd be bad podcasting. I think that 60 seconds off. I mean, we want viewers. The whole purpose is for viewers to stay with us. 60 seconds of silence won't be very productive for that.
Where did Ellis go? Denver?
He's not talking for the next season.
That's fair.
Bo commits to a bit. Okay, I'm just telling you. If there's anything I can tell you about Bo, he commits to a bit. Yeah, Jonah Elliss is a good player. Bo mentioned Olivia. She's done great work this week. I thought the Jeremiah Trotter Jr. story really well done. I thought the Walter Rouse story really well done. Great job by her. So just to kind of reset this.
Peyton Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, now Peyton Wilson, we heard Fran Duffy earlier say from like a play perspective might be the best linebacker.
Just really talented.
Age and injury. But that's baked into the price here in the third round.
Oh no! Kieran Amagaji going to Chicago. All of our guys are coming on.
Vince. I mean, you got to message the CHGO guys, right? I mean, you got to tell all those guys about Kieran. And you know he went to Yale, so you know he's smart.
How did Yale do against Princeton this year? They couldn't cover their receivers, though.
Yeah, they couldn't cover the receivers. No doubt about that.
That's not Kieran's fault, though.
Not his fault.
So the Eagles are now
close to on the clock.
The Eagles are 3 picks away. The Broncos pick is in, so the Eagles are 2 picks away. It's the Raiders and then the Eagles. I'm gonna try to work on this a bit.
I'm gonna guess Roman Wilson.
What do you like about him? Just Michigan kid, right?
Michigan kid, plays in the slot. They can move him around. I'm not necessarily sure that he was the one that I would take. I probably would take Troy Franklin here.
Yeah, I mean, Troy Franklin's the guy I would take.
Or you can make the case for Jatavian Sanders. But I feel like I'm just going to lean Roman Wilson here.
Do you agree with what Zach said, that the kind of guard crop at this point, especially with BB off the board, is not all that inspiring.
It's not even that it's uninspiring. It's that it's hard to like. I'm not sure that they're differentiated from the guys you would get in the 4th or 5th round. Whereas I think that is the case with a Troy Franklin or even a Roman Wilson. I wonder what the deal is with Ja'Tavion Sanders. I did think that he would be gone by now. You can make a case for him as an interesting addition. The Eagles have traded out, according to Mike Garafolo.
Oh, okay.
The Texans moving up to 78, so the Eagles recouping a little bit of value.
Interesting here. And the Texans were picking 86, which is actually an original Eagles pick. So,
all right, so they're
I'm curious what the
probably
Eagles
moving
get.
down 8
It was the
spots.
Keely Ringo pick.
Yep.
I mean, really, they went with 3 defensive backs to start, right? Howie said this is essentially this year's pick, right?
That's right. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Very corner heavy
back
start.
to back. Yeah. That's well said.
So we're gonna be here a little bit longer.
Going to be here a little bit longer. That means that this time I am gonna take a break.
Okay.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I need water. I'm parched.
Nah, me too. But
Would you like a water? I got some
no,
water.
I'm good. I'm just trying to talk a lot. Why are you going in front of the camera? Why wouldn't you go behind? You get that? All right. Joy, you don't have to adjust. We're good. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So let's reset this in a few ways here. Okay. That the Eagles now will get the terms of the trade, but I'm assuming 86 was in the deal. So that means they were at 78. So then Arizona, Cincinnati, Seattle, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Houston were in there. What I'm curious to see is the terms of the deal. I'm curious what picks they recouped. I'm curious if they moved up, maybe from like the 6th to the 5th or something like that. But what's that? You got the terms?
Schefter said it is 86 and 123 for 78.
86 and 123. Okay. So 86 and 123.
How does that work on the chart?
That's a good question.
I mean, you don't
Let's see.
actually.
Yeah.
You could just be like, yeah, sounds right.
Well, so 123 actually that's a 4th round pick. So this is a good deal. They trade they trade a 3rd for a 3rd and a 4th. That's a good deal for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I
that
like
doesn't
that.
seem like that seems like a pretty good price to just move back 8 spots at this point in the draft, especially.
I agree. That seems like a steep price. Good for Howie.
Yeah, it's Howie season.
I'm sorry that I should be carrying this. I just want to inform those people.
Sure,
Bo doesn't
absolutely.
like when I tweet during the show, but the Eagles trade number 78 for number 86 and number 123. So they move down in the 3rd round and get a 4th round pick.
I guess this kind of goes along with what Bo was saying, that like just hard to differentiate from players here.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't like an obvious offensive lineman. It also could mean that there's a linebacker they like, right? And they think, okay, that guy, maybe it is Jeremiah Trotter. I don't know. But maybe it's somebody they can get a little bit later. And that is like really good value to move back.
Very good value. Jeremiah Trotter, let's just talk about that for a second.
Sure.
Look, he's on my guys here. I like the player. I've said this on the show. I don't think the Eagles are going to bring him to Philadelphia. I think the burden that would come, the onus that would come with having that name on the Eagles, and I'm not, look, I love this fan base. Love this fan base. You guys keep me employed. Right? I appreciate that. But I always listen to like talk radio and I read message boards and I try to get a sense of the fans. And I've been hearing calls. They need to draft Jeremiah Trotter. What his dad was and like the tone setting. And I think the expectations that name would be that player would be unfair to him. Like if he's just a middling pick, then like a middling player, just a depth player for you, that's unfair to him. He'll always be compared to his father. So I think that's something that the Eagles are particularly mindful of.
Yeah. What do you think of him as a player? Like what are his strengths? What are his
So what jumps out to me is like the instincts. right? And I say this, linebacker, I've used the example of TJ Edwards versus Davion Taylor. Linebacker is a position where, to me, I don't care as much about the time speed. I care more about the instincts. Like, if you can get somewhere a half a second quicker, but it takes you a half a second to think about where to go, then you're not faster than the person you're half a second faster.
And that's what Bo was saying. Like,
Yeah.
it's just hard to coach that, right? That
Exactly.
half second is so critical.
Yeah.
That's something you kind of just have to have.
Yeah. And like TJ Edwards wasn't drafted because of his 40 time, right? I mean, TJ Edwards was awesome at Wisconsin, but he wasn't drafted because of his 40 time. You watch TJ Edwards play, that guy's a legit starting linebacker in the league. He's paid to be a legit starting linebacker in the league. Davion Taylor was drafted in the 3rd round because of his 40 time, right? Davion Taylor did not have the instincts that were necessary to play the position. Nice guy, really nice guy from Mississippi, but he went to Colorado, but grew up in Mississippi. But that was the issue. Do you want to come back? So the terms of the deal, Bo, I don't know if you heard this, but the Eagles traded number 78 for number 86, number 123. So they traded a 3rd rounder to get an extra 4th rounder. That seems to be a really good deal from my perspective.
Great deal.
Yeah.
Gave nothing else up?
No.
And who was used in the pick?
Houston.
No. Do we know who they took?
Oh,
The Texas State.
Yeah, it's a lot to give up. Move back 8 spots and pick up a 4th. Yeah, pretty good.
123.
Who were you talking about there at linebacker? Trotter?
Jeremiah Trotter.
Yeah.
Yep, Jeremiah Trotter.
Well, just because it seems like you were saying, like there weren't offensive linemen who kind of differentiated themselves at that spot. So, honestly, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a linebacker, even if it's a guard or something like that, it seems like they were pretty comfortable moving back there. I think that was a really good price, frankly, too.
It seems like a very good price. And yeah, I mean, we are like guessing about who it could be, but there's nobody sticking out like a sore thumb except for Jonah Elliss. So once he goes off the board, you parachute down.
Absolutely.
And then I just want to give an update on where the Eagles are in terms of overall picks. Let me pull this up here. So the Eagles have, right now, they have, wait, this page wasn't updated correctly. Okay, so here, they have number 86, 3rd rounder, 2 4th rounders, number 120, number 123.
Yeah, Brenna's got it. She's all over it.
Oh, Brenda, thank you so much. I apologize. Thank you.
Your boy.
Look, D'Amico.
Yeah, you and D'Amico.
Here, let me shoot D'Amico a text right now and tell him, D'Amico, you know ball.
I know, that's right.
Yeah, what do you think he's going to respond with? It's a little joke there, but.
I'm handsome.
What?
I'm handsome.
Yeah, I mean, I would say thank you. Thank you very much for the update here. 86, 120, 123, 171, 172, 210. Okay? So the Eagles traded back they made that 2nd round trade, but now they have 2 4th rounders, they have a 5th and 2 6th. Is that?
I think that's a pretty good setup.
Wait, no, I think they have more 5th rounders, don't they?
I think that it's that 172 is actually a 5th.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, no. That's on. But do they have 152, 171, and 172? Or did they trade 170?
No, they traded 161. They still have 171, 172.
Okay,
I believe.
okay. So the Eagles are going to be active on day 3, which is good because we have a lot of hours to kill tomorrow.
We got a long way to go.
Seriously.
I'm feeling it.
I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
That surprises me.
I don't know what it is.
That surprises me. What'd you do today? That
not that much. I don't know if it's this latte is not sitting well with me. It's like I've got a bit of a headache from the caffeine.
A latte, huh? What kind of latte?
Soy latte.
Soy.
Yeah.
You're a soy guy?
Soy boy.
Soy boy.
Sometimes.
Okay.
I don't know if it was the honey grow that we had. It's just it's like I got a headache. And I'm just I don't know. Sure.
Look at that. By the way, I got to sit up straight here. I can't see myself. I'm sorry. I sit up straight. Posture's horrible in this show. What What do you think Brandon Graham's thinking right now? He thought he was going to do 2 picks and get out of there. He's got to stick around. I mean, he might
Does he have to stick around for if it's
Oh
beyond
yeah,
round
he's
two?
doing both. Well,
yeah.
he was supposed to announce 50 and 53.
Right.
So,
But I thought that was just second round. Do
Oh,
they
is it
still
just
do
second round?
I think
Well, I
they
see guys are
he
still
may be
announcing
off a hook.
okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now this is a name that I actually don't remember how to pronounce. So I'm gonna look this up.
Goncalves.
Is it a hard C?
Joey, you want to get on screen? No.
It is Gonzalez. Matt Gonzalez. Going to Pittsburgh or going to Indianapolis. Wow, look at the size of these things. These are horse bills. yeah.
Now, one thing that
There's no doubt about that. Idiot Sandwich is right. Zach is running circles around me tonight.
now one thing that I said coming into this is that I thought perhaps the Eagles would try to add draft inventory next year. I wonder if they're going to come out of tomorrow with a 4th round pick.
I'm getting old.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm feeling old.
yeah. Delve into that. You're still 37. You turned 38 on June 11th.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
The body, like I wake up when I
yeah.
wake up from a night's sleep, I'm feeling like sore.
I'm very good with birthdays.
Knees are creaky.
Brendan and Chris, I will know both your birthdays by the end. I mean, you don't have to tell me now, but Joy is January 23rd. Okay, I know that. Bo's June 11th. Rich, when's your birthday?
June 4th.
June 4th. Okay, on June 4th every year.
Ahead.
On June 4th every year, I'm going to send you a text. Bo, what's that text going to say?
Let's make this the best year yet.
Let's make this the best year yet. Yep.
Oh, what an honor.
Yep. Yeah. Super chat from MJ. Please get Julia to introduce herself on screen. Julia. Give the people what they want. Julia likes to be behind the scenes. Oh, Jermaine Burton. Okay.
That's an old school Bengals pick.
Yeah. Let me give you my Jermaine Burton take. All right, because I like Jermaine Burton. I think when you watch Jermaine Burton play, and the highlights are in front of me now on NFL Films, this guy can get open. This guy's explosive. This guy has a lot of talent. Yeah, I think he has top 50 player talent. The thing is, I got to be careful with my words here. They use like a scouting expression sometimes, like 50 Cent head, right? Like I say top 50 talent, 50 Cent head. Like he's someone who the off the field questions or I shouldn't say off the field questions, like the football personality questions are there. But at Alabama last year, he was really productive. A matter of fact, when you go back and you watch Alabama games, I mean, I think Jalen Milroe is going to catch a stray here. The amount of times Jalen Milroe like overthrew him or missed him, Jermaine Burton got open. Jermaine Burton got open at
If you
Georgia.
overthrew him, then he wasn't. You can never overthrow Deshaun Jackson.
No, like he would throw it to like out of bounds.
Yeah.
You
Like Clayton Thorson throws.
Yeah, you can't go to row 2. You know. But at Georgia, he got open. So I look at Jermaine Burton, and Bo says an old school Bengals pick. I remember they said that about Chris Henry, and for a period of time, Chris Henry was a really good player. You know, so yeah, I like the Bengals taking this, and you know what? He's got a character guy in that receivers room.
That's right.
Andre Yosivas.
Andre Yosivas.
Yeah, Princeton.
Yosivas.
Yep. Who, by the way, if you are a Coach Flynn fan, as we all are on this show, you're closely monitoring the T. Higgins situation. Because if T. Higgins gets dealt, Andre moves up the depth chart. And that's an explosive. I mean, he's got one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So the Eagles now, the Seahawks are picking. Then comes the Cardinals, the Rams, the Steelers, the Browns, and then the Eagles. I just want to plan this ahead of time so I will probably dip out after the Eagles pick because it's near the end of the round and I want to make sure I'm there for
I think we'll probably
do it.
We will. Okay. Okay. Yeah. When
I'm starting to feel sick.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear this. Do you want to take? I mean, I can.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, Rich and I can carry us.
I mean, you can carry us.
Okay, I'm happy to. I mean, this
banner is a self-fulfilling prophecy, Zach. You are carrying us tonight.
Did we get to all the super chats?
Oh yeah, let's
Julia. Julia.
MJ,
Julia.
I appreciate this. A $10
Yeah.
one.
MJ doubling down, looking for Julia.
Thank you. that actually might be Julia's boyfriend, just like chiming in. Yeah. But let's see. Rohit trade the third for Hassan Reddick. You know what's interesting in draft day trades? Okay. I always find this interesting. Okay. Maybe I'm just the only one. When it comes to like acquiring a good player, you can't get a deal. Like you know, they're like, I'm not giving you a third. I'm not giving you a fourth. But when a team's trying to move up 4 spots for someone, they're like, hey, I'll give you my 4th round pick, right? You know, it's always odd how that works out. It's like the theoretical value of the guy that you want, you can't wait for, but like the practical value of the guy, it is not there.
It's absolutely true.
I mean, it's unbelievable that
Like Keenan Allen went for a 4th. Now I understand salary has something to do with this, right? But yeah, are you all right? I'm worried about you, Bo.
I'm worried about myself. No, it's not a Pepto situation. I just don't. I'm trying to feel sick.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I can read the Walgreens or the Rite Aid ad if you want me to.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
You can see a pharmacist about you get an antihistamine or something.
Histamine.
that was a great transition. Oh, there actually isn't a Rite Aid ad. Okay, that would have been unbelievable.
Look at that. Who is that there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks to go.
So let's give our predictions now because
Let's
if we're gonna
go.
wrap up. And by the way, I was thinking about this too. You know, we'll give you a lot of the analysis of today on tomorrow's show. Like if you know, we don't need to give you like an hour of analysis after the pick tonight. We'll be on air tomorrow. I should get ahead of this and say, Rich, it's been awesome. Appreciate you coming on these past 2 days.
Fun hanging.
Yeah.
Get Les in here.
Yeah.
He'll fire off some takes.
Oh yeah. We're asking about Embiid.
See, but when Les says something about Embiid, it's coming from a good place.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
like
absolutely.
when he's criticizing him,
Yeah.
like Les just like he treats everybody fair, you know.
Absolutely.
And if he wants to
He's a
bury
football- yeah.
when he wants to bury a guy, I think it's from a good place. You don't always see that from other
Yep.
people. So
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the
Absolutely.
Les getting feisty on the other. What was that? Monday's podcast this week.
Yes, Monday show this week. Yep.
Love Les.
So to reset this here, Arizona is on the clock, okay, at 82. My draft tracker here is kind
Yeah,
of
the
messed
draft
up.
tracker has been finicky.
Yeah, let me pull this up here. But Arizona is on the clock.
Christian Haynes goes off the board. There goes an offensive lineman.
Draft kist here. So let me see. Sorry about this. Positions. Rounds. All right. I'm pulling up. Sorry, I feel like the Wi-Fi. All right, here we go. All right. I got it. Cardinals are on the clock. Then comes the Rams, then comes the Steelers, then comes the Browns, then comes the Eagles. Okay? And so when you look at that,
Gonna really need Howie to stick and pick here.
yeah, I'm worried how he's gonna make that pick. And he's gonna run right downstairs. And I'm not gonna be able to talk to him. But if I go 0 for 2 on press conferences today, I promise you I'm not sleeping tonight.
Well, that's not good.
Yes.
Do you want to leave?
No. I will be here when the pick's made. Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray.
I want Peyton Wilson.
Troy Franklin's still there. Cade Stover, Josh Sanders, Jalyx Hunt. My pick would probably be Jalyx Hunt, although they haven't gone offense yet.
Itty bitty teeny tiny Dominic Puny.
The player I would pick is Troy Franklin. I mean, it surprises me Troy Franklin.
Tip Ryman going off the board.
Interesting.
I like
Over
a
Josh
Ryman,
Sanders.
but yeah, well, a totally different type of player.
Sure. A mauler with physical yards after the
Yeah.
catch and limited production. Yeah, exactly what you wanted. 271-pound tight end who has limited production.
Not too many tips around anymore.
No.
No, you don't see a lot of tips. You're laughing because the 3rd round pick for the Cardinals is just the tip.
Is that a Milton Burley joke?
Milton Burley.
Dude, it's Milton Berle.
What?
It's Milton Berle. You know that?
It's what, Milton Burl? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I've only read it. I haven't. Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so Marshawn Lloyd's still on the board. Josh Sanders, Jaden Hicks, Cedric Gray, Peyton Wilson.
We should do one of these like war room, like applause just after it's over. You know, just
Yeah,
shaking
that'd be
hands,
good.
right?
Where's JG in there?
Where's Jonathan?
He's full of energy. I promise you that.
It's not the stomach.
Bo's looking yeah, I'm sorry, Bo. I got to tell you, though, if you can't come in tomorrow, we could just do a 1 hour post game. Like,
No,
we don't
I'll
need to do 6.
I'll be in tomorrow.
I'm not carrying 6 hours tomorrow. I promise you that.
Rams are taking Blake Corum at 83.
Ah, okay. So it's cross town from.
Do you know who the Eagles are going to have announce the rest of their picks? Is it just more players?
No, so today was Brandon Graham.
They're just going to run BG out there again?
Well, that's what we were discussing. I don't know if he's obligated to do he was supposed to do both seconds. I don't know if he's on the hook for this as well. I imagine he has a dinner reservation at some
I
point.
hope he isn't. Yeah, I hope he's hanging out with his Michigan friends from back home or with his family or wherever he's
Go
at.
back to Ann Arbor. Great food city, by the way, Ann Arbor.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. You kidding me? I love Ann Arbor. I've had great times in Ann Arbor.
Yeah. Somebody from Ann Arbor. Blake Corum.
Okay.
Not from Ann Arbor, but played his football there.
Yep. I was the Eagles played the Lions 2 years ago, and I went to 3 years ago now, and I went to Ann Arbor that day. They were playing Michigan State. I had a great lunch with Martin Frank at Zingerman's Deli.
Famous Zingerman.
Famous Zingerman's Deli.
Because you always talk about this, Zach, when you're on the road for an Eagles game. You like going to a college game.
Yeah.
How many Division I college stadiums have you been in?
Well, I used to cover college football, so that pumps it up. I mean, I've been in every ACC stadium, Virginia Tech's non-conference schedule. But what I haven't done is I haven't done the SEC. And the thing about the NFL beat is there's not really an overlap with the SEC. This year I was considering
maybe New Orleans.
Yeah, and Atlanta. I kind of regretted a few years ago when the Eagles played the Falcons. I wanted to go out to Atlanta or to Athens. They had a game against UAB that day. I did not go. I should have gone.
So I don't know about the ACC. Although, I mean, Virginia Tech, when they got the Enter Sandman going, that's that's pretty
Thursday
cool.
night in Blacksburg isn't electric. Yeah. It is awesome.
I've caught myself watching those YouTube videos before. Those are good. But
and Virginia Tech's a great team to cover too. Like Frank Beamer back in the day used to have every practice was open, and you can go anywhere. Like, you know how in the NFL you had to stand on, like, I would just walk around practice.
You could like get on the field?
Oh yeah, like I could just stand there, watch.
Like you could like block the.
No, but like stand like like you can just walk around, like right behind the drill.
Oh, wow.
It was awesome.
You could like tell Frank like that doesn't look right, you know. Tell him to run the route.
Frank was great to cover. I mean, all those assistant coaches: Brian Springsteen, Bud Foster, Mike O'Kane, Billy Hoke. I can keep going.
The meme of Frank Beamer raising his hands for the 0-0 score
so good.
Is an all-timer. Yes, Wake Forest is the other one. Zach, of those college stadiums you've been in, though, what's the best atmosphere? And if it's not Virginia, or if it's Virginia Tech, what's the next best atmosphere?
Well, Nebraska was a good. So Virginia Tech played a game against Nebraska 2008.
Another Michigan one, just to cut you off. Roman Wilson going 34 or 84 here. To the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Tomlin's gonna love him. By the way, Roman Wilson, if you want to know his dedication to football, he took an airplane to school every day when he for a year in Hawaii. He lived on a different island. He wanted to go to a big time school there. Took an island hopper to get from one island to the next. It took him like 2-3 hours to get to school. But Nebraska is so it's like I remember telling someone it's literally like Field of Dreams. Like it's all flat out there, and I think
isn't Lambeau kind of like that too, where it kind of pops up out of nowhere?
Yes. Like Lambeau's in like a neighborhood. Yeah. But Lincoln becomes the second, Memorial Stadium becomes the second biggest city in Nebraska.
I love that. Doesn't
on game day, like just Memorial Stadium. It is, but the traffic in, the traffic out. So the press box, and you look out, and it's just a row of cars. I was writing my story about Macho Harris having this game-sealing interception, and I really felt like I was Ray Kinsella looking out at all those cars in Dyersville, Iowa, for Field of Dreams.
Have you ever been to Iowa before? Speaking of Cooper DeJean.
I've never been to Iowa City. Actually, Syracuse played Iowa back then, but I think Gelb went on the trip. Gelb, if you're watching, I don't know.
He's probably covering the Phillies game.
way he's watching.
Okay. I think Gelb took that trip to Iowa City.
Oh, the Phillies do. They're on the West Coast.
Yeah.
All right, the Eagles have
6-0.
tweeted that they're on the clock.
Oh,
Eagles are on the
playing
clock.
great.
Okay.
Jatavian Sanders is a possibility. Troy Franklin, who we've talked about, those guys stand out as options in the passing game.
Troy Franklin's the guy I would go with.
Dominic Puny, Christian Mahogany, Tanner Bordolini, Adisa Isaac, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., and Peyton Wilson. Possibilities. It's picking time, Howie.
It's time to stick.
We got to get out of here. I think Trot would be fun.
Trout would be the best story. I would go Troy Franklin. I could see them going with. I don't have the old lineman in front of me. It's my tab.
Puny, Mahogany, Bordolini.
Yeah, I actually think that I could see them going Jalyx Hunt here.
Adisa Isaac, Austin Booker.
Okay, you love an Austin Booker.
Eric Watts, who Fran mentioned earlier, as a nice little versatile inside-outside type guy.
Mm-hmm. So the suspense is building here.
The suspense may kill me.
Thank you. I'm trying to get this.
Every Big Ten stadium.
Apparently, the 49ers are on the clock. I don't know if the Eagles traded out of this.
Oh, no.
Howie. The Eagles have traded down again. The 49ers are on the clock. The 49ers are at... what number are we at? 85? 94.
Bro, Howie's watching right now. He's like...
I don't know. You want to do the alphabet or something?
Yeah.
Do like
I think this is
Sporkle quizzes.
intentional. I think Howie's got this on, and they got this on in the draft
They got
room.
this on- I mean, I know for a fact that there's a lot of people in there who really respect your football acumen. So they're watching this. They want to see what Bo thinks. They see you're struggling, and they're like, it's like a football guy thing, right?
The Eagles got 132, which is
not
the
worth it.
very back end of the fourth round. So they now have 3 fourth-round picks.
Okay.
That means they're probably going to be moving up in the fourth round tomorrow.
Unless I bet he has his eyes on a future pick.
Yeah.
We are putting the sick in sickos tonight. This is
Oh my God.
not good.
Let's see here.
How are you guys doing in the back?
I hope you don't have food poisoning because I'll feel so bad for recommending what we had.
For what? Oh yeah.
But I'm doing great. Here
Chris,
for you.
that Olipop keeping you okay?
Yeah, and a few little ADD helpers I've taken.
They now have 3 fourth-round picks.
It's getting fun in the back. Of
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's prescribed them.
I'm prescribed, yes. I have a prescription. Everything's legal.
Talk about the Sixers next game.
So, by the way, this is always the argument that I have for like trading up in the early rounds is that you can always trade back and recuperate picks.
Yeah.
Right. So when I always said like, you can attach a 4th rounder, attach a 5th rounder because you can trade back and get that. But what sticks? There goes Zach Zinter. Zach Zinter to Cleveland, which we already knew because or that pick already
I
happened.
know
in San
somebody he's
Francisco.
playing behind.
That's right.
Oh, Michael Dunn, look at that! You are sharp of mind.
I'm probably the
Yeah.
sharpest one, but I've also
Yeah.
talked maybe 100% less than like it's
That's right. I
So-
mean, knowledge talks, wisdom listens, right? So, I'm
I'm gonna lie down on the couch for 10 minutes.
Are you?
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm sorry. All right. Let's hone in here. So by the way, this is from Dan Graziano.
you would normally have nailed that.
Yes,
But it
I
is-
would have. I know
now that
Dan.
we are
Yep.
approaching hour
Yep.
5.
By the way, look at the St. Joe's Prep on the screen. That was Kevin Stefanski. St. Joe's Prep and Penn.
Everywhere.
Pick 86 is a ping pong of a pick. The Eagles traded the Texans during last year's 4th rounder to move up for Kelee Ringo. Texans traded back to them for to move up in the 3rd round for Kalen Bullock. Eagles just traded again to the 49ers. So that pick has gone from the Eagles to the Texans to the Eagles to the 49ers. No one wants to pick 86. They are 86ing 86.
Very
Look
good.
at that.
Very good.
What's that? 86? Yeah, that's when Joey was born, so it's a great year. Yeah. January 23rd, 1986.
Yeah,
Now
you too, though. You're
know not
86
only
too.
the day, but the year. as
Well,
well.
she's the same. We're
the same year,
age, so,
yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. So actually, I wouldn't have. It'd be kind of weird if I knew the year she was born. Otherwise. Wait, is that bad?
We're
that I
not
just
going to
revealed
get
your
weird
age?
here, okay? It's
Is that okay?
I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah.
No.
I've said Julia and I went to school together, so
Yeah.
Sure.
we were in the same grade. So
I'm aware.
I knew Julia didn't get
As
held
is
back or
everybody
anything
here.
like that. So we were the same grade. Yeah.
If you are watching right now, by the way, thank you. Like this is
Over 1,000 people watching.
I love it.
Over 1,100. Yeah.
Don't say that.
what?
1,100.
This is unbelievable because I remember for the NBA trade deadline show, we did very good numbers on that, and we were pumped that 1,100 people are watching. And that was during the day,
Yeah.
and now we have that same number of people just
So-
watching Bo. I mean, he is.
So I got a text from somebody asking, why would you want a bunch of picks at the bottom of this draft? The implication being that this is not considered a deep draft because of NLI or NIL. I'm sorry, NIL. Again, it's something else I would have gotten earlier.
Totally.
And I said, and I'm surmising this, I think they want to get assets to trade for a future pick. Okay? As I've said a number of times, the Eagles don't have a 4th rounder next year because of DeAndre Swift. And I would imagine that they're trying to figure out how they can get some of their draft inventory back next year. One way to do it, you can easily just trade a 4th rounder this year for a 4th rounder next year. If they have 3 4th rounders, that's easier to do. They started the night with 1 4th rounder. They've ended the night with 3 4th rounders. Of course, they started the night with 2 2nd rounders and no 3rd rounders. They're going to end the night with 1 2nd rounder and 1 3rd rounder. So the Eagles have they were in a good position at 50 and 53. I don't think that it was a problem trading off for Cooper DeJean. But if you thought they were going to get 2 like high-end players on this night, then that clearly has not occurred.
Well, and it's what you were saying about Jeremiah earlier, right? Where he thought that there were basically 50 players.
Exactly.
And the Eagles, they definitely got 2 of those guys because I think everybody unanimously had the 2 corners that were,
Absolutely.
most people had both of them in the top 25. And now they're moving down and down and down for, I guess, kind of viewing it the same way.
Yeah, someone
Former
surmised.
scout, Eagle scout Jeremiah.
So yes, so this is interesting. Someone on Twitter, Jay Newman, said they wanted Zinter, and so let's put this together. The Browns drafted right ahead of the Eagles. Now we found out about the trade before the Zinter trade was announced, or the Zinter pick was announced. But Zinter, someone who I think is a plug and play guard, okay, someone who the Eagles had visiting. Okay, once he goes off the board, the Eagles trade back again. Perhaps that's a sign that that's who they wanted. Now, in that case, you said, did the Eagles get too cute trading back twice, right? Could they have just taken Zinter earlier? I don't know. Now, Vincent Pellegrini, who we know as Vince, says Franklin and Wilson Trotter. I don't think they're taking Trotter. I've said that before. I think that goes beyond the typical scouting. Troy Franklin, to me, I think he's a 2nd-round talent. I think I said before, I thought in another year he'd be a 1st-round talent. Clearly, the league disagrees with me if he's on the board late in the 3rd round. Troy Franklin, though, this is what I'll say about him, okay? You look at the profile, it is really intriguing. 21 years old. He had 80-plus catches, so I think 13-plus 100 yards. The only receiver in college football who had more touchdowns than him these past 2 years, Marvin Harrison Jr., okay? The knock on Troy Franklin is the knock on Troy, yes. The knock on Troy Franklin is that he's slight, okay? Yeah. Let me counter this. In 2021, the Eagles drafted a wide receiver who they also said it was slight. That guy just got paid $90+ million, right?
Very good player.
Troy Franklin ran past people. He ran past people a lot. He had 8 catches of 40+ yards this season. Didn't happen by accident. So I really like Troy Franklin more than the league does, apparently. This is a really deep wide receiver class. I would go with Troy Franklin if he's on the board. That said, clearly the league doesn't think as high of him.
Think he can play in the slot?
Yeah, I actually think he can play all over. Yeah, Troy. So here's some of the top. Daniel Jeremiah. Did Troy Franklin go?
Maybe he just doesn't think highly of him.
Interesting. He does not think highly of him. He's got Peyton Wilson, Christian Jones. So actually, his top 2 guys here are 2 positions that the Eagles we expect to be looking at. Jalyx Hunt is a guy I know that the Eagles are intrigued by.
That's the converted safety, right?
Converted safety from Cornell.
What a career.
Yes,
wow.
Converted safety from Cornell. I'm jealous of him because he had a late growth spurt. I was always waiting for that late growth spurt. It never came.
Absolutely.
It never came. Yep. That was unfortunate. I'm probably the same height now as when Julia met me 28 years ago.
That's good. You got the year right on that.
What's that?
You got the years right on that one.
Yeah.
That was good. Now, this is impressive, buddy. It feels like you're filibustering. It feels like somebody who's like reading the phone book, in Congress right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting punchy right now. This is
yeah. By the way, I just want to say I was never the one who said like let's do a show the entire second and third round. I think that was actually Bo's idea because when we had a meeting with some of our higher ups, they were like, "You don't have to do." Do you remember that, Julia? We don't have to do. You guys don't have to do the whole second and third round. And Bo was like, and I was like, you know what? I'll probably dip after the second round to make sure I'm over there. And Bo's like, no,
kicking a man while he's down.
Yeah, Bo's like, we're gonna stay
couch
on.
over there.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on. So here we are. It's kind of like. It's kind of like when you're in high school and you're going out and you got that guy who's like, he's like, oh yeah, I can hang with the best of them, and then all of a sudden he's.
Is that high school? I tend to think of that as a college.
No, that was a high school thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Either way, we had different experiences. That's fine.
I guess so. Yeah.
No problem with that.
I was just trying to find out where Julia was hanging out, and then
I wouldn't mind Marshawn.
Sorry,
Lloyd.
Julia. I don't mean to embarrass you.
No, you're fine.
Well, look, she's already done a lot to you.
Although, she posted unsolicited video of me on out for the public. So
friendly fire's okay.
Yeah. So here you go. Here, let's the Packers pick is in. Let me pull up. I got too many tabs rolling here.
1, 2, 3.
You see
7 more picks. Unbelievable. The Eagles actually tweeted JK too. Don't like that. Don't like that.
No, as a fellow
social media.
person, I feel that way right now too.
Chris likes it.
What? Yeah. No, it's
Look, they're trying to kill Bo, Chris, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Howie's got this on one of the feeds in the office, and he's just cracking up, and
He's just laughing. He's got
it. Howie, I want you to know, man, I'm still rolling, but please don't go downstairs until I get the NovaCare. Okay, if I go 0 for 2 in press conferences today, because I missed the first one, and if I miss that, I have not missed a Howie Roseman press conference since 2014. Okay.
What was the issue there?
When I was at the Inquirer, I used to go to the draft in New York, right? And so I went to the draft in New York, and I should say 2016. I went to that was the last draft 2017. The draft was in Philly, okay? And I was at the Art Museum for that, and so I missed the first round press conference. That was the last time I missed a Howie Roseman press conference. Marshawn Lloyd from Delaware.
See, I would have liked
that way.
Yes.
Dover, Delaware.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who drove a long way to go to school.
Yeah.
I kind of would have liked it. Another running back from Wilmington to take on the Wendell Smallwood
To take on the
lineage.
You're right. What's your thoughts on Dover? You like it, Dover?
I can't say I've really been down to Dover. I'm not sure.
This was the question she asked me the other day, and I said I'd like to buy my electronics in Dover.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Zach, I was looking though. I was reading Jimmy Kempsky's face-off power rankings from 4 years ago.
Okay.
Do you remember where you ranked on that list?
I think I was like third, maybe.
You're fifth.
Fifth, and I think he said I was too polite. Is that right? I deferred to people.
Yeah. Here's what he said about it. And I'm going to read Bo's too. You finished much higher than Bo on the rankings. But I also was thinking about Les too, because Les's face-offs, like when he lost a face-off, just watching the disgust on his face
he did not like
afterwards
that.
was fantastic. So Jimmy wrote.
Wait. By the way, Tyke Smith's a Philly guy, so shout out that he's from West Philly.
Love it.
Yeah,
Georgia Bulldog.
Yep.
Okay, so Jimmy wrote, and this is 2020, so maybe this has changed a little bit. You know, you gotta change the draft board every once in a while. Zach doesn't have a good win-loss record on question face-offs, as he is a victim of his own politeness. However, as noted above, he is only second to McLean for total questions asked because he never misses an interview session. That's what made me think of.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Hell, Zach once postponed a date with a girl in 2012 to write about some nothing Eagles transaction. He wasn't sure if it was Jake Scott or Matt Tennant.
There have been a few of those. That was Matt Tennant. In 2012, that was Matt Tennant. Boston College offensive lineman. It was like a Thursday night after practice. They signed Matt Tennant. I remember she was very nice. Probably in hindsight, I'm not upset about it. I landed the catch of all catches, right? It all worked out for me in the end. But yeah, so I'm happy I covered the Matt Tennant thing. But in hindsight, like I probably should have gone on the date instead of covering Matt Tennant.
I think you're right.
Yeah. But no, there have been some that I've left early for. But I can tell you a story. There was actually, I probably wouldn't tell you a story. Just in case her husband now is watching or something like that. But
oh no,
no, I don't know. But there was
he's back.
Don't call it a comeback.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! You know,
little cat nap.
Honestly, seriously, you let me take 10 minutes off. I'd be full of energy too.
Elijah Jones,
hit that like button.
Elijah Jones, the son of, remember the first, what is it? The first black L'Oreal model, according to the Dan Brugler Beast, and then his father was in Brand Nubian.
I remember you bringing that up. So where did Bo finish on that list?
Great athlete and an old.
Bo finished 12th.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the face-off power rankings. We're talking about.
Oh yeah.
And Jimmy wrote, I will just read the top part of Bo. If you listen to Birds with Friends, you know that Bo is highly competitive, which makes it a bit odd that he loses so many question face-offs. He is clearly third among his triumvirate in question face-offs in a podium setting.
I actually don't agree with that, but
hey, look, this was 4 years ago
surprise,
too. You might have gotten better too. Like this is not. You don't have to stay at that spot, I would say. But I was just saying.
I've actually gotten worse over the years, I think.
Oh, that's not true.
I'm more willing to just be deferential.
No, you know what Bo's good at now? Bo gets that first question in sometimes.
Well, that's a timing thing, right?
Yeah.
That's usually you getting the first question in.
No, Doug Peterson used to always look my way.
Yes.
Nick Sirianni doesn't look the way. And actually, so I'll give a little inside baseball here. So during COVID, I didn't want the first question because you'd only get one question. And I always felt an obligation to ask the injury question, right? You don't want to burn your question for the injury question. So I was never like the first question person after COVID, after the Zooms.
Mm.
You know, it's a timing thing. Sometimes people, what do you think of the move when people kind of, as soon as Sirianni is, you know, maybe like the last 3 or 4 words of his question, jump in
a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's a dance. It's a delicate dance.
So with Nick, I don't like that with Nick. With Ja'Lynn, you can't control it because you don't know if Ja'Lynn's finished or not.
But also with Nick, sometimes you need to cut him off. He needs the help.
I don't know. That's not our job to cut him off.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Have you talked about the last few picks?
We've talked about everything else, but
we talked about a little bit of it.
Yeah, what did I miss?
What did you miss? So we talked about Marshawn Lloyd. So here.
Marshawn Lloyd, some fun make
Yeah.
you miss ability.
Dominic Pooney went to San Fran. The thing we said is the Eagles traded after Zach Zinter was picked. Do you think Zach Zinter was the guy they wanted and they traded as a result to that?
Oh, potentially so.
Yeah. Tyke Smith, we mentioned, a Philly guy.
Yeah, boy.
From that way, West Philly. So that way, actually. Yeah.
I like Marshawn Lloyd, like watching him.
Mm-hmm.
Would like a little bit more productivity, but that's okay. Marist Luafau from Notre Dame. So what are we thinking now? I think Howie's going to trade back a couple more picks.
Well, the good news, I mean, he only has a couple more picks in the round left.
I know.
Do you think I'm going to make the press conference? I'm curious. Or do you think he's going to come right down?
Do you want to go?
You can go.
No, I want to be here when the
Listen,
picks
you gave me that spell there. I'm happy to. I'm happy
I want
to
to
let
be
you
here when
go
the
if you
picks
wanna
made.
go.
I think I'm going to break it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to break it.
Let's go, baby. Okay, so we're closing in. Troy Franklin's still on the board, hanging like something weird's going on there. Malik Washington, I like a little bit. The Virginia wide receiver. Jalen McMillan, more of the Quez Watkins replacement type, and Javon Baker also offers you that downfield ability. If you want a running back, your boy Braylon Allen still on the board. Jalen Wright has not been picked yet, right?
No, that's correct.
Okay. Audric Estime.
That's your guy.
Jatavian Sanders would be interesting. I think that would be fun.
That would be fun.
Theo Johnson, not quite as fun, although we can get back to some Canadian pronunciations. Offensive line, I mean, yeah, like it's Bordolini, Mahogany. That's about it. That's not great.
You're right there.
Edge,
Okay.
go ahead.
You earned it.
Austin Booker and Adisa Isaac. Dorless, Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, Peyton Wilson at linebacker. I'm gonna say it's Trotter, Peyton Wilson, or Jatavian Sanders. I feel like something's going on with Troy Franklin that they're not gonna just take him here. So I'm gonna say it's one of those guys.
Too skinny. Too injury prone because he's skinny.
I don't think he's not even that injury prone, but Tyron Hopper, the animatronic frog.
I like that
going
name.
to the Packers.
Probably got a good broad jump.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, the vertical. You think Hop is more of a vertical or a broad?
I think now that you said it, I think it's more vertical. But
I don't know though. Yeah,
it's a bit of both, right?
I mean, I do think if you're talking basketball and you say a guy's got hops, you're talking about vert.
But when I think of
if you think of a frog,
I'm thinking
you're
broad
thinking
jump.
broad.
Yeah, I don't know.
Weigh in on the chat.
So
what do
Vince
you guys
says
think
I
about
should
Hop?
leave.
Is a hopper more about the vertical or the broad? Vince thinks you should leave.
Vince says I should leave.
I don't know. If you think you can break it, though.
Do you want to keep track on Twitter? Although I'll be driving.
No, I think if you can break it, I think you should pack your bag,
Okay.
get your stuff ready, and then
I don't want to sound like cocky or pumped. No, I'm not like anything.
Well,
Yeah.
but there's a chance.
Okay.
Bet on yourself.
Okay.
I think you should, get your stuff ready to go so that once the pick is made, you can bang on out of here.
What's your Howie prediction? Do you think Howie comes right down? Do you think he needs to be prepped a bit?
I think he might want to be prepped a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think they want to wait till the end of maybe?
I mean, they're so close to the end that he might want to just watch the end, see who else gets on.
Exactly.
Now there goes Jalen McMillan to the Tampa Bay Bucks. I think a good prospect, Jalen McMillan.
Some of these 3 bullet points NFL Network has going there.
Yeah, very funny.
Yeah, makes them all seem like great players. I mean, I guess they are compared to the average human, but
No doubt about that. What do you think, Zach? What's your guess?
My guess is Jalyx Hunt. My what I would do is Troy Franklin.
Okay. I'm gonna say I'm gonna stick with Trotter, Peyton Wilson, or Ja'Tavion Sanders.
You really think they would do Trotter? Eagles are on the clock.
On the clock, here we go. On the clock, here we go.
So a trade up of some sort?
I think they might just be one pick ahead.
Okay.
Oh, what's it gonna be? We're buzzing. We made it. Make the pick, Howie. Make the pick. For the love of God, make the pick.
He's going to trade back to the last pick of the round. He's done too much business with Washington tonight. Your Josh Harris stuff was really funny yesterday, by the way.
Where do you land? I guess, sex symbol.
I want to echo everything you said. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Ja'Tavion Sanders? Is it gonna be Layden Robinson? Adisa Isaac or Isaac Adisa? Which one is it? We'll never know. Eric Watts, could it be? When is Zach gonna go?
They're taking Jalyx Hunt.
Jalyx Hunt, Zach not only breaks it, but he predicted it. What a combo! Ladies and gentlemen, Zach. Jalyx Hunt it is. They land on the player that they brought in for a pre-draft visit. And wow, you want to talk about somebody who's smart. This guy played safety at Cornell. Can you believe it? 6'3 3/4, 252. Ran a 4.64 40-yard dash. 23 years old, out of Houston Christian and DeBerry, Florida. Zach, why don't you get like 5 seconds of analysis in and then get on out of here?
Yeah, Jalyx Hunt is someone who I talked about on Anthony Gargano's show, like you said. Was at the Senior Bowl. You saw him up close. This is a developmental guy. You're not drafting him for year one. You're drafting him for year three, year two, or year three. You look at the traits. Look at the length. Like you said, the size. A converted safety from Cornell, had a late growth spurt. I'm very envious of him. I wish I had a late growth spurt. But
not too late. Could still happen.
In any event, Jalyx Hunt is someone who I know around the league. There's been a lot of steam on him just because he has traits that are hard to coach.
There you go.
Or hard to find, I should say.
I mean, what an unbelievable heater. The weekend of Zach, I'm in awe.
I agree. 6 more weeks of the banner.
252-pound safety.
Wow. The banner's never coming down. Love it. All right. Jalyx Hunt. This is an interesting pick, and I would say
all right, real quick. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Please.
I thank you guys. I thank
you.
everyone here. Joy, I thank you all. I'm so grateful. And let's do it again tomorrow. You're the man. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. What a performance. Zach Berman, everybody. The new King of the Beats. Let's get the chat going one more time. Let's play him out with a Zach.
Zach.
Stop it.
Oh, man.
Wait. It takes me 12 minutes from here, Howie.
Howie, it takes him 12 minutes. He's going to do it in 10.
No, I drive safely.
No, I drive safely, he says.
Right.
Go get him, Zach. Amazing work. You're the man. I think this is the most questionable of their picks so far. I mean, of course, it's going to be this late in the draft when everybody's got a wider variety of opinions on things. But it's a gamble, and it's interesting. You know, we talked about the deviation from their previous big school predilections. Houston Christian
Via Cornell.
Yeah.
Double dipping with the small schools.
Yeah, this one's a little dubious to me. I got to be perfectly honest.
Well, I will say, too, I mean, again, on the weekend of Zach, there's a lot of positionless football going on here. I mean, you got Cooper DeJean, who is the quarterback turned cornerback. Sorry, it took me a minute. You have this guy, former safety, going to D-end. Who does that? Jalyx Hunt. Zach Berman talking positionless football.
Zach also has Jalyx Hunt in Owl You Know. The guy is on such a heater.
I think, hey, look, Fangio could line him up at defensive end and
Play
then
him
play
at
him at
safety.
safety. Yeah.
Wow. Jalyx Hunt it is. So what was that, pick 94 that they took Jalyx Hunt?
He was kind of a very popular kind of discussion guy, though, right? For the draft nicks, right? Because he's like got an interesting background.
Interesting background. Big hands, pretty long arms, big wingspan, around 4'6'4", as we talked about. Tested well in the jumps, a bit of a Tyrone Hopper, if you will. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give you the full Dane Brugler, Jalyx Hunt, and then we'll begin to wrap it up after that. How's that sound? All right, Jalyx Hunt, Houston Christian, and DeBerry, Florida. Jalyx Hunt, who has an older sister, was born in Memphis and grew up in South Florida. He enjoyed playing sports growing up, but he didn't get involved with organized sports until his family moved to Hagerstown, Maryland when he was 9. Hunt started playing football and was a standout track athlete, also played the saxophone. I'm in on the pick. This is not written. This is opinion. Now that I know he played the sax, the Eagles have replaced their Jason Kelsey sax. Love a sax. Good for Jalyx Hunt. I'm in. At age 10, he placed first in the long jump, third in the shot put, fourth in the 400 meters, and seventh in the high jump in the 2011 AAU Junior Olympic Games in New Orleans. At the 2013 USA Track and Field Outdoor Junior Olympics in Greensboro, North Carolina, Hunt earned the silver medal in the 11 to 12 age division in the high jump, while also placing 14th in the long jump. Before high school, his family moved to South Carolina, and he spent his freshman year at Dutch Fork High School. Great name. His family then relocated just north of Orlando ahead of his sophomore year, and he enrolled at University High School in Orange City. Hunt joined the football team as a wide receiver and cornerback, but at 5'7", 170 pounds, he primarily played on the JV squad. As a junior, he battled a hip flexor injury and considered quitting, but he returned to the team and played in 2 games as a defensive back on varsity in 2017. As a senior captain, Hunt became a starter, primarily at wide receiver, and earned all-county honors with 20 receptions for 475 yards and 2 touchdowns. Hunt lettered in basketball at university and earned honorable mention all-area honors as a senior. He also lettered in track and produced personal bests of, well, you don't need to know those. A no-star recruit, love that, Hunt wasn't ranked by online recruiting services in the 2019 class. A late bloomer physically, he didn't have a ton of film before his senior season, but he attended double-digit recruiting camps everywhere from Orlando to Chicago the summer before his senior year. His first Division III offer came from Colby College in May 2018. Shout out to the NESCAC. Followed by Division II West Florida a few weeks later. Hunt finally received his first and only Division I offer when Cornell extended an offer in November 2018. He also had preferred walk-on offers from Florida, Marshall, SMU, and chose not to do that. Took the full ride in the Ivy League education, signed at the Big Red as a 6'2", 195-pound safety. After 3 years with the program, including a 2-8 record in 2021, he entered the transfer portal. After a relatively quiet start, FCS Houston Christian, formerly Houston Baptist, offered a spot in June 2022. He transferred to Houston Christian, and the coaches moved him to a hybrid outside linebacker role. His father, James, played football at Alcorn State and Ole Miss. Hunt accepted his invitation to the 2024 Senior Bowl. At his 2 years in Houston Christian, played 21 games, 21 starts, and 7 sacks in his first year with 11.5 TFLs, 6.5 sacks in his second year with 9 TFLs and 1 interception. Strengths: terrific mix of athleticism, length, and foot speed. Was just 195 pounds when he enrolled at Cornell as a safety and has worked hard to develop his musculature. Great word. Fires out of his stance with burst and arc acceleration to threaten from different angles. Models his game after Brian Burns. Body flexibility allows him to sink, dip, or wrap on his way to the pocket. Flashes pop with his hands on stunts. Experience at defensive back helps him better understand his keys to quickly read outside zone. Rangy run defender with the chase speed to make plays from the backside. Scored a defensive touchdown each of the past 2 seasons. Was a regular in punt coverage. Described as a positive locker room guy by NFL scouts. Plays weaknesses. Plays more like an athlete than an experienced edge rusher. Still very raw with his rush moves and doesn't show variety with his arsenal. rushes upright and needs to do a better job rolling his hips to aid his speed to power attempts. Doesn't play stout versus the run and needs to better use his long arms to lock out, press, and stand his ground. Has a tough time disengaging once engulfed. Often requires a beat to sort out what he sees and adjust his strategy. Faced inferior competition in both of his FCS stops. Summary. A 2-year starter at Houston Christian, Hunt played the Leo role as an outside linebacker in the Huskies' 3-4 base scheme. A late bloomer, he was a 195-pound safety at Cornell, you know that. Despite only 2 years at the program, at a new position, he led the team in sacks in both seasons and was named the Southland Conference Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. As a pass rusher, Hunt creates pressure when allowed to pin his ears back and race to the quarterback, although he tends to rush too upright and will need more of an assortment of moves. He plays with energetic hustle and pursuit, but he is more physical than powerful and needs to play bigger and more consistent versus the run. Overall, Hunt is overly reliant on his athletic gifts and needs to become savvier with his hands and pass rush approach, but his explosiveness, body length, and willingness to be coached are attractive qualities. He is a draft and develop prospect who can fill a sub-package role as a rookie and play special teams, grade 4th/5th round for Jalyx Hunt. So you got the story. This is a bet on player development. He's got the quote-unquote tools in his body, but he's also 23 years old and making a huge jump up in competition. So this is a bit of a dice roll, but you can sort of understand the upside.
Sounds a little bit like Davion Taylor, and we are at this part of the draft.
Yeah,
I mean,
well said.
As a prospect, obviously,
in a position where that was you can buy that a little bit more.
Totally right. The football instincts don't matter quite as much, but
also played football, like just was playing a different position.
Sure.
Yeah.
And from BLG, I saw this on Twitter. Daniel Jeremiah said that he was told Jalyx Hunt is one of Vic Fangio's favorite players from this draft. And if you notice, Bo, the Eagles announced him as an outside linebacker, which makes sense. That's what their edge rushers are now, I guess. Right?
This is like the Zach Bond type is what I'm imagining. You're hoping that he one day can be Andrew Van Ginkel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Defense heavy, I think, is interesting. All defense. Now they got, 3 4th-round picks coming their way. I would imagine we'll see some help on offense there, but interesting.
It was, I was not expecting this exact draft here. No linebacker, no guard, no receiver.
I'll tell you who was expecting this draft. Oh. The GOAT.
The man.
Zach Berman.
The man.
What a performance.
I pity you as to sit in this seat next.
I mean,
it's going to be him probably tomorrow, but after that,
you don't want to be the guy who replaces the legend. He's, as he would say, you don't want to be Bill Guthridge.
Totally. I mean, he mentioned the Miami Heat with LeBron James a while ago. I mean, I feel like Mario Chalmers right now watching this. Just an honor to be along with them.
I mean, how many is he going to break this weekend? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Zach. Okay. Well, mercifully, that'll do it for the PHLY Eagles podcast. Draft day, night 2. We are going to be back tomorrow at noon for we're planning to go through the 6th round. So should be a lot of fun. We're going to have Les Bowen joining us the second hour. And the Eagles got a lot of action. They're probably going to be wheeling and dealing, moving all around. We're going to stay on our toes, keep our heads on a swivel. Very excited to see what the Eagles do to fill out this draft class. It has started with Quinyon Mitchell in round 1, a trade up for Cooper DeJean in round 2, several trade downs for Jalyx Hunt in round 3. We're excited to find out what happens from here. Thank you to everybody for spending your Friday night with us.
But by the way, hell of a comeback by you. Everybody in the chat is saying it. I mean, Bo. How was that nap? I mean, real quick.
It wasn't. It was. I mean, I can tell you about it. It was. I didn't nap. It was like I needed to just close my eyes. Just take 10 minutes off, basically. Yeah. Somebody says no latte tomorrow. I'm not having that. I had this latte last night. It was great. I felt great last night. Figured I'd go back to the well tonight, and it just that's pretty good. And I didn't feel it tonight. I don't know what it was. Just something with the body chemistry wasn't working tonight. I felt just out of it. But you know what? Got the juice.
That was amazing.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go another round.
Dude, you were dead for like 30 minutes. And
yeah.
You go in there for
I didn't feel good at all.
You go in there for 10 or 15 and
it was like a puke and rally without puking. It was like that was the it was like, oh man, I am not in a good place. And then, just took a little time out. Sometimes you need the coach to take a timeout. I'm ready to go. Let's start round 4 tonight. Let's do this bad boy. Yeah, I feel good. It's good. I mean,
let's not do that.
Zach is carrying the load so heavily that I got to do something to help the team. I mean, I wide open corner 3. I got to knock one of them down.
Totally.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you to everybody for joining us, and most of all, thank you to our trio, our talented, dynamic trio behind the scenes. Julia running point, Brenna just like destroying these graphics, and then what's your name again? I'm kidding. And then the Jets. How do we feel good about the Jets?
Yeah, but this is the best time of the year for Jets fans. It's all done.
Yeah, I mean, what's the over/under on quarters played for Aaron Rodgers this year?
I'll take over for plays.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Okay. I might go in there.
That's step in the right direction.
And please do if there's an embarrassing thing you need to do with me on social to get to even the scales with Zach, feel free to do it. It's only fair. Thank you to Chris, Brenna, Julia, everybody watching. Thank you to Zach. Hopefully he's made it to NovaCare by now. I bet he's there, and it doesn't sound like Howie Roseman has started yet. So I think he's in good shape. He'll be happy. That'll do it for the Draft Day Live, Night 2. Back tomorrow at noon. We will talk to you then. And as always, we love Zach.
We all silly like the mayor.